preventing conflicts and strengthening unity among countries is becoming more relevant than ever. Last year, we launched the Samarkand Solidarity Initiative aimed at common security and development. Our main goal is as follows: to comprehensively understand the responsibility for the present and future of our countries and peoples, to engage in a global dialogue all parties that are ready for open and constructive cooperation. I am confident that holding a summit of the future next year at the initiative of the UN Secretary General will serve to address the current challenges of international and regional development, increase the influence and effectiveness of our organization. Dear participants of the Assembly, we remain committed to continuing our policy of creating new Uzbekistan, which is a law-governed, secular, democratic, and social state. Our country is boldly pursuing the path of fundamental reforms at strengthening the principles of democracy and justice based on the noble idea of in the name of human values and interests. In April this year, for the first time in the history of Uzbekistan, a nationwide referendum was held on the renewed constitution, which defines the priorities of national development. More than 90% of the voters in the referendum supported this truly popular constitution. This has ensured that our reforms have become indeed irreversible. In our basic law, we have reaffirmed our commitment to the principles of equality of all citizens, human rights, freedom of speech and conscience, regardless of nationality, language, or religion. It is on this legal basis that we have adopted the development strategy Uzbekistan 2030. This strategy is in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and we are fulfilling all commitments we have undertaken. Ladies and gentlemen, as an outcome of the ongoing reforms, the economy of Uzbekistan, despite the global challenges, is showing a steady growth. Over the past 6 years, the gross domestic product of the country has grown over 1.5 times. Our main objective is to double this figure by 2030. Another priority of our economic liberalization is to become a full member of the World Trade Organization in the near future. Since 2017, poverty in our country has been halved thanks to the policies aimed at improving the living standards of our people. We plan to reduce it to 7% by 2030. We intend to increase by several times the scale of water supply, healthcare, education, and other social services to population. We support the UN Secretary General's initiative, Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection. In order to share best practices within the framework of this initiative, we propose to hold in 2024 in our country the World Conference titled Social Protection, the Path Towards Development, under the auspices of the United Nations. Dear participants of the summit, in recent years, Uzbekistan achieved remarkable results in the protection of human rights. Forced labor and child labor have been completely abolished in our country. For a century, millions of people were forced to pick cotton in Uzbekistan. The vast majority of the population, teachers and doctors, entrepreneurs, workers and employees, and unfortunately school children and university students were mobilized to pick cotton every year from September to December. As a result, boycotts of Uzbek cotton were announced and the country was blacklisted for several years. Thanks to our strong will and determination, now it is all history. Our people have been completely liberated from cotton slavery. The ban on forced labor is guaranteed in our renewed constitution, and the criminal liability for the involvement in forced labor has been introduced. I believe that it is necessary to intensify the global fight against forced and child labor. Our experience shows that it is possible to put an end to this. Ladies and gentlemen, one of Uzbekistan's strategic tasks is the development of human capital and training of a creative young generation. We believe that high-quality education, accessible to all, is the most effective factor in eradicating poverty, improving public welfare, and achieving sustainable economic growth. In this respect, our country has gained considerable experience in recent years. The education system is undergoing radical transformations. In the last 6 years, the coverage of preschool education has increased from 21% to 70%, and that of higher education from 9% to 38%. By 2030, we will create conditions for every child to have access to preschool education and for half of secondary school graduates to obtain higher education. Dear heads of delegations, in recent years, Central Asia has embarked on a path of good neighborliness, stability, joint partnership, and progress. Thanks to our joint efforts, Uzbekistan has managed to address problems of state borders, transport corridors, and water use with all its neighbors. Mutual trade between the countries of the region has grown by more than 2.5 times, and the number of joint ventures has increased fivefold. Our region has become a promising center for economic development, transport and communications bridge connecting East and West, North and South. This has led to a growing interest in our country. Central Asia's openness to the world is becoming the main condition for ensuring the region's security and stable development. It is safe to say that our people unite around a growing sense of regional identity, and this sense is growing ever stronger. It's not only our history that is common, but also our future and our vital interests that are shared. Expanding our regional cooperation is and will be our only choice. I'm convinced that with the support of the international community, Central Asia will continue on the path of unity. In this regard, transforming Central Asia into a peaceful and prosperous region will henceforth remain a priority goal of Uzbekistan's foreign policy. Distinguished participants of the summit, in Central Asia, where almost half of the population belongs to the younger generation, the issues of youth and creating opportunities for fulfilling their potential have an utmost importance. In order to strengthen cooperation in this sphere, the countries of our region have recently signed an agreement on the common dimensions of the youth policy. We are currently interested in establishing effective cooperation with the United Nations and its specialized structures, studying best practices and achievements of other regions. In this regard, I propose to establish a working group at the United Nations to support the youth development in Central Asia. As part of this, it would be expedient to develop the program Central Asia's Youth Agenda 2030. Distinguished heads of delegations, the active participation of women in society and public management, public administration is an urgent issue today. The noblest goal of our national policy is to ensure family stability, legal protection, and peaceful life for women and girls. In addition, we are carrying out systemic work to achieve equality between men and women. For example, last year, 49% of university enrollments accounted for girls. For the first time, women's share in the public administration reached 35%. A special law has been passed to protect women and minors from domestic violence. We are interested in further expansion of cooperation with UN Women. As a joint initiative, we propose to hold the Asian Women Forum in Uzbekistan next year to discuss the issues of fulfilling the creative potential of women and exchange experiences and best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, currently the world is facing a critical environmental situation. The triple planetary crisis, crisis of the climate change, the loss of biodiversity, and the environmental contamination are worsening. In such challenging conditions, while Central Asian countries grapple with the RLC tragedy, the region is becoming one of the most vulnerable parts of the world in the face of climate change. Uzbekistan is doing its best to mitigate the consequences of the RLC tragedy, which remains a global problem. In recent years, 1.7 million hectares of green areas with drought-tolerant plants had been created on the dried-up bed of the RLC. The support of the international community is essential for us to continue these vital efforts. Over the next 30 years, the air temperature in our region has increased by 1.5 degrees. This is more than twice the global average warming. As a result, nearly 1/3 of the total area of glaciers in the region has melted. If this tendency continues, the flow of the two major rivers in our region, Amu Darya and Sid Darya, may decrease by 15% in the next 20 years. It is expected that per capita water supply will decrease by 25% and agricultural yields by 40%. Unless we take timely and effective measures, the consequences of these problems will seriously undermine our region's socio-economic stability. In this context, we support the establishment of the position of the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Water Resources. We are in favor of attracting and introducing the state-of-the-art technologies in the process of establishing a water-saving technologies platform in Central Asia using the United Nations water mechanism. We are building up a systemic cooperation as part of the Green Development Program adopted by the countries of the region. Such a partnership completely meets our interest and is aimed at preventing threats related to climate change. In this context, I believe that the introduction of the Central Asian Climate Dialogue would be expedient. We put forward an initiative to adopt a UN General Assembly resolution, Central Asia facing global climate threats, solidarity for common prosperity. We propose to discuss its substance at the International Climate Forum to be held in Samarkand next year. In this regard, I would like to emphasize that adapting the main sector of Uzbekistan's economy to climate change, achieving carbon neutrality, and drastically increasing the share of green energy remains a strategic task for us. Dear participants of the Assembly, we need to strengthen our joint efforts in preventing the spread of the scourge of extremism and radicalization of youth. Last March in Tashkent, the Joint Plan of Action for the implementation of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy in Central Asia was adopted. As part of our national strategy on countering extremism and terrorism, we are placing a particular emphasis on this matter. This includes helping people affected by extremist ideas to return to a normal life and their reintegration into society. We have gained unique experience in this regard. We have conducted the humanitarian Operation Meher, which means benevolence in English, 5 times. As part of that operation, we have repatriated to our country more than 530 citizens, primarily women and children from conflict zones in the Middle East and Afghanistan. They have all received medical, psychological, social assistance, and other support. In June this year, here at the United Nations headquarters, the international community learned the stories from people repatriated to our country and embarked on a new life. In order to continue ongoing actions in this direction and promote a permanent exchange of experience, we have taken specific measures to establish the Regional Expert Council on systemic work with persons repatriated from combat zones under the auspices of the United Nations Counter-Terrorism Office. United Nations member states must be more unified and work together to combat common threats such as international terrorism. I would like to emphasize another important matter. We believe that the recent manifestations of religious intolerance and Islamophobia that have taken place in some countries are unacceptable. In order to promote globally the ideas of religious tolerance and cooperation, we propose to establish in Uzbekistan the International Center for Interreligious Dialogue and Cooperation under the auspices of UNESCO. We take great pride that our country is a homeland of profound scholars and thinkers, such as Al-Khwarizmi, Al-Biruni, Ibn Sina, Imam Bukhari, Mirza Ulugh and Alisher Navo'i, who made incomparable contributions to the development of science and shown Islam to be a religion of knowledge and peace. In order to study the rich heritage of these great scholars and to reveal to the world the true humane essence of Islam, we propose to organize in Uzbekistan next year the international conference titled Islam, a Religion of Peace and Kindness. Esteemed participants of the session, the developments in Afghanistan directly impact international security. The country is facing a new situation and demands a unique approach to resolving the Afghan issue. Leaving Afghanistan again alone with its own problems would be a grave mistake. Ignoring, isolating, and imposing sanctions only exacerbates the hardships faced by the ordinary Afghan people. We believe that humanitarian aid to the Afghan people should not be reduced. We call for the development of appropriate mechanisms to utilize Afghanistan's frozen international assets to address the acute social problems in this country. We need an open, peaceful, and sustainable Afghanistan that is actively engaged in regional cooperation initiatives and is ready for mutually beneficial partnerships with its neighbors and other countries. Standing here at this high rostrum, I urge the international community to come together in resolving the issue of Afghanistan. I believe it is essential that under the leadership of the United Nations, we jointly develop a flexible and constructive approach to the Afghan issue. Dear President, dear participants of the Assembly, in this turning point of history, we must all consider what planet we will leave to the future generations. Only through shared aspirations and collective action can we achieve lasting peace and prosperity. Now, more than ever, we need mutual trust, unity, and a spirit of cooperation. Concluding my statement, I would like to reiterate that Uzbekistan, in this path, always remains committed to strengthening deep and long-term cooperation with United Nations structures and with all countries. Thank you for your attention.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan for the statement he's just made. I would ask the protocol to escort His Excellency. We've heard the last statement in the debate of this session. The fifth plenary session will continue immediately as soon as this session is adjourned. The session is adjourned.
Declaro.
I declare open the fifth plenary session of the General Assembly. I call to order, rather. The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, Constitutional President of the plurinational state of Bolivia. I would ask the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, Constitutional President of the plurinational state of Bolivia, and I invite him to address this General Assembly, the President of my country.
Thank you very much, Brother Vice President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Diego Pare Rodriguez. It is a source of happiness and pride to see you at the helm of this assembly, the most important multilateral body created by humanity, and we are convinced that along with President Denis Francis and his leadership, you will honor the names of our countries and our Latin American and Caribbean region. Distinguished heads of state, government, ministers of foreign affairs, brothers and sisters of delegations present here, good afternoon, one and all. Brother Vice President, a year ago in this same forum, we denounced the fact that the world was grappling with a capitalist crisis which was jeopardizing humanity and the very existence of this planet. And unfortunately, a year after that statement, that same delicate scene has not changed at all. The capitalist system, in its enthusiasm for imposing a decadent hegemony, is replicating practices of domination and colonial exploitation that need to be overcome. Unfortunately, many of the brilliant proposals that emerged within this assembly have been ignored, or they were simply omitted due to interests that are part and parcel of the savage capitalist system of exploitation which prioritizes production and reproduction of capital rather than safeguarding the lives of human beings and the very existence of the planet. It is clear that we find ourselves before increasing precariousness of the economy due to the impact of the many bellicose conflicts that are shaking the world today. Peace and security are very much at risk, at imminent risk, given the lack of determination by the international community to propose solutions that would emphasize dialogue and put an end to bellicose efforts and warmongering promoted by the transnationals of war. To that, we must add the serious impact of the environmental crisis, the impact on all living systems in all corners of the world. According to experts, due to the prevailing system, we have exceeded 6 of the 9 planetary limits within which humanity and Mother Earth as a whole need to be able to live in order to continue developing and prospering. It's worth highlighting here that this tragic situation was further exacerbated in recent decades due to the unipolarity and unilateral inaction and due to unfulfilled commitments. Pending challenges continue to be many and enormous, and today we find ourselves, however, at the dawn of a new international configuration. We are convinced that we are bearing witness to the building of a new international order, a situation whereby the United Nations and the General Assembly needs to uphold the principles for which it was created and play a vital role. A new world order where we can all participate equally, with equal rights and obligations, without impositions of any kind, without any masters or slaves, without double standards to measure some and others, without sanctions or those that are sanctioned. This needs to be a new order where solidarity would prevail. Complementarity and collaboration need to go above and beyond egotism and pettiness. With that certainty, it is possible and necessary to create such a world, and the plurinational state of Bolivia to that end would like to share the following ideas and suggestions. First, we reiterate that, like we said last year, our proposal is that the world be declared as a territory of peace. We must put an end, once and for all, to the arms race, and we must prioritize dialogue, sincere dialogue and diplomacy amongst peoples in order to settle armed conflict that threatens the very existence of humanity. It is urgent that our nations unite in a collective effort, bringing together diverse voices, especially those from regions that are far removed from the rhetoric of confrontation, and yet these far removed peoples are those that suffer the repercussions from war in different dimensions. We need to give peace a chance And in that endeavor, the Organization of the United Nations has a fundamental role to play in order to reduce tension and to make progress in dialogue that would make it possible to consolidate sound diplomatic policies and settlements of disputes which are on the agenda of our organization. And along these ideas, we'd like to reiterate our deep-seated concern due to the escalation of violence of the conflict in Eastern Europe and the threat of several countries to exacerbate the situation through confrontation and the use of weapons of mass destruction, weapons that use impoverished radioactive elements, and non-conventional weapons, which are banned by international law through various international instruments which are binding. We note with great alarm that military expenditures around the world have reached historical numbers. Up to April of 2023, the world invested more than $2.24 trillion in weapons and the industry of war. If those resources were to be invested in peace, in mediation, in dialogue, in the development of peoples, and invested in life rather than investing in destruction and death, we would not find ourselves on the verge of a crisis which further exacerbates inequality around the world and which are contrary to the very objectives set forth in this scenario and further exacerbate poverty around the world. The ways and means of waging war should not be unlimited. An increasing number of countries is seeking to use outer space in order to improve their military capacity with a view to protect their national security and yet further endangering the peace and security of our planet in doing so. We deeply regret that maintaining peace and security has become a goal which is increasingly challenging. A genuine pace can only be achieved through the effective implementation of the mechanisms set forth in the United Nations Charter and in the complete elimination of all types of weapons. Bolivia will always be committed to defending and strengthening multilateralism and to continue to contribute to disarmament by upholding international law, international humanitarian law, and doing so from a vision based on peace and social justice, the well-being of people, and peaceful coexistence. We reiterate our regional commitment to proclaim Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace based on the promotion and respect of the proposals and principles set forth in the United Nations Charter and in international law. As we expressed in the context of the 7th Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. Also, at this summit between the European Union and CELAC, which was held in Brussels last July, we indicated our desire to have a Latin American, Caribbean, and Europe living in peace. Our desire that our peoples would be able to bring about peace in a capitalist model which cannot actually offer us peace, and thereby abandon practices which in past histories have not been satisfactory in terms of achieving an equitable and complementary relationship between our regions. It's necessary to therefore break the international unfair order, which is smothering our peoples, and we feel it is time now to debate within the context of the United Nations how to build a new covenant for the future. But to do that, we need to recall the past. We need to resolve the present and prepare ourselves for the future. We are compelled to address the needs of present generations and future generations in an equitable manner. We cannot allow a child to die of hunger today in order to ensure the meal of a child that has not yet been born. Eliminating poverty and inequality today will prevent unimaginable conflicts of economic distribution and environmental conflict in the future. To build trust, we need to abandon petty interests and work through reciprocity. For example, by freeing all transfers of technology that enable us to save lives and restore Mother Earth. In order to revive global solidarity, we need to recognize each other and our relations within the context of all of us being humans. For example, in the context of climate change, let us recall that each state needs to earmark resources for the damage and loss fund in proportion to the historic responsibility that should be shouldered with regard to producing greenhouse gases. Action for the Agenda 2030 will only be possible if we make peace and solidarity the driver of prosperity. We must be bold and transform war expenditures and those on death into investments for life. And with these resources, we can overcome and meet the goals of sustainable development. This is the only way to make Mother Earth sustainable within a space that functions in a safe way for all humanity. It's the only sustainable, fair, environmental, and socially appropriate way to convert the system into one that is progressive. We must achieve these goals in a fair and equitable manner for all, without any political or financial impositions. Third, it's necessary and urgent to change the capitalist system in a time of neoliberalism, which multiplies and reproduces forms of domination, exploitation, and exclusion for the great majority. Brothers and sisters, the multidimensional crisis of capitalism has been laid bare in the context of post-pandemic world and has been exacerbated by the effects of the military conflict in Eastern Europe. And these are nothing but manifestations of the transition towards a configuration of a world order which is different from the one we currently have. In response to this, and has never happened before, the global South is raising up in a peaceful and constructive manner. They are standing for regional and interregional processes of cooperation and integration. And the clamor has increased to reconfigure the international financial system and transform our understanding of what scientific development should be that is respectful in turn of Mother Earth, and how to pursue this in an equitable manner while also recognizing the historical responsibilities that need to be shouldered vis-a-vis our nations and in all dimensions. Given the irreversible march towards a multipolar world, it is undeniable that each strength influences new initiatives and economic integration, trade, and cooperation amongst countries. The surgence and emergence of trade blocs such as Asia, Africa, South America, or the BRICS make it possible today for nations to have access to international markets without needing to compromise their sovereignty. And in that context, despite the adverse international context, Bolivia has implemented the Economic and Social Development Plan 2021-2025, which is entitled Rebuilding Our Economy to Live Well Towards Industrialization and Replacement of Imports. And this plan lays the foundation in order to grapple with the global economic crisis and to develop public policy to strengthen our national economy and promote our development capacity. And in this regard, action developed for the purposes of economic rebuilding and building our economic system to be more productive exceeded 6% in 2021, and management in 2022 achieved 3.5%. And in 2022, our nominal GDP increased by $40,703 billion in 2021 and reached $44 billion in 2022, which is the highest figure in our history. Likewise, the GDP per capita increased by 7.4% over the figure for 2021, achieving a figure of $3.6 billion, again, the highest figure in the history of our country. I should also mention here that what is happening this year, we see accumulated inflation, which is only of 1.6%, which is the lowest figure for our region and much lower than many countries on the planet. This indicator was achieved by us without raising interest rates, without practicing neoliberal monetary policy, and especially without reaching into the pockets of the poorest of our people, which is where inflation lives. The achievements of our country are based mainly on a horizon which is a civilizing horizon based on living well and reivindicating the culture and life of a community, respecting living together in harmony, in balance, and in complementarity with all other human beings, while also being in harmony with Mother Earth and nature. 4. The climate crisis requires concrete action and renewed commitments. Bolivia has suggested, through recognition of the Mother Earth in the General Assembly and through the resolution approved in April of 2009, an effort for the entire international community to become aware of the importance of restoring our natural processes for the very survival of the human being on this planet, and providing for an alternative vision to, which is anti-colonial, an alternative to capitalism and mercantilism. In this understanding, our vision is based on sustainability of development and is deeply rooted in our vision of living well and in harmony with nature. This vision is born of the millennial and ancestral thoughts of our peoples and the indigenous peoples in our nations, which are the very foundation of our plurinationality. With regard to increasing needs and mitigation of adaptation to the climate crisis and the losses and growing damage, it's important that all countries assume their responsibilities. And in this context, the developed nations must assume their share of responsibility due to the climate debt and compensation for historical reparation to developing countries. The first step is to fulfill their promises and meet the pledges with regard to financial provision, transfer of technology, and capacity building. In this problematic world, one common denominator is the issue of fragmenting countries for the most poor, and the scarcity of water is only increasing with the evaporation of fresh water. We urge this assembly to provide action and address this problem, a problem which is affecting the poorest of the 5 continents and which is beginning to affect all sectors of society. Bolivia would highlight here that this year, by consensus, the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, the BBNJ, was adopted by consensus because it is a significant step towards protecting our oceans and the sustainability and use of our resources, benefiting the developed nations especially those that are landlocked. This treaty will establish rules and regulations to prevent the sustainable exploitation of resources, will protect the interests of landlocked countries, and will prevent the exhaustion of marine resources. The BBNJ Treaty is a historic opportunity to mark the difference in protecting our oceans because they are a common good of all humanity. And in this context, we highlight the special mention for the indigenous peoples and landlocked countries. Together, we can ensure that the oceans will continue to be sources of life and prosperity for present generation and future generations in an equitable manner. 5, we must continue promoting a broader view of human rights and democracy. Despite the progress achieved, the world continues to be an unequal world. And while it's true that peoples shape their own destiny, it is also true that for our peoples to live well, this has been undermined for centuries due to legal, economic, and ideological colonialism. You know better than anyone that it has not been possible to exercise the right to development due to history. The systematic transfer of wealth from the south to the north has put us at a disadvantage up until today. We have had to navigate the waters of a crisis imposed only on the south, which is not the same than to talk about economic, social, and cultural rights as to talk about health, education, food, access to knowledge, and technology in a continent where, in another, in the south and in the north, it's not the same. In this context, it's not possible to plan without also addressing the historical responsibilities. Without assuming those responsibilities, we cannot fulfill our potential as peoples and make possible our right to development. in the plurinational state of Bolivia, we have understood that democracy is not possible without development. And development cannot have better indicators than the exercise of collective rights, rights that are promoted, protected, and guaranteed by the state, but rights also that go hand in hand with a high level of democratic participation of social collectives. In Bolivia, we have understood that economic stability also requires substantive change in food sovereignty, access to intercultural and multilingual education, in sexual and reproductive health for Bolivian women. From our experience, I would like to highlight that the active participation of indigenous peoples in the affairs of state has made our recent achievements possible, and that is why I call on this assembly to continue making progress towards strengthening the rights and participation of indigenous peoples. Another topic of great interest to my country are the rights of women. It is estimated that in the world 736 million women, that is 1 out of 3 women around the world, have been victims of physical violence or sexual violence. Violence suffered by women needs to stop being a solitary and private experience, and it needs to be recognized as a public issue on which we need to take urgent action. Maternal mortality is another great issue we must grapple with, since every day 800 women die due to pregnancy-related complications. Sustainable development will not be possible if we do not provide women with an opportunity to live without fear of violence and to exercise their reproductive and sexual rights with access to universal health care. 6, unearthing or stopping the international system of implementing sanctions and unilateral coercive action. We need to uproot this. Brother Vice President, another topic that I could not but mention on this opportunity is that relates to unilateral coercive measures and sanctions that are imposed on brother peoples, undermining their ability to develop the most basic human rights. These measures are a reflection of a dysfunctional system which is far removed from international law and multilateralism. It's a clear examples of these measures, which is illegal, inhuman, and criminal, is the economic and financial embargo imposed by the United States against Cuba. The restrictions imposed make it difficult to have access to food, medicine, and other basic goods, creating human suffering which impacts their economy and development. We call for the compliance with the many resolutions adopted by this General Assembly and to build a world that's fair and more solidarity, where all countries can prosper without regard to their political differences. We also reject and condemn the inclusion of Cuba as a promoter of terrorism on the unilateral lists of the United States, using this argument to impose greater restrictive measures against the Cuban people. These measures run counter to the United Nations Charter and the mandate of the Security Council, and that is why they are not supported by, nor are they valid in light of international law, but still, they very much affect the right to development of the Cuban people. 7, we must stop as soon as possible the trampling of the Palestinian people. With regard to the Israeli occupation of Palestine, we cannot continue allowing the suffering of the Palestinian people. Reiterate our support to world and regional initiatives, international law, and the United Nations resolutions that seek to guarantee a solution whereby the Palestinian people can exercise its right to self-determination and build its own state, which is free, independent, and sovereign within the borders, pre-1967 borders, and with East Jerusalem as its capital. Finally, brothers and sisters, the current crisis urgently requires a United Nations organization that stands strong, that upholds the principles that created it, that is committed to peace, and that maintains its intergovernmental nature without, however, subordination to any hegemonic power, be it economic, political, or military. Because the solutions to the many challenges facing humanity will only become a reality with sincere commitment and the political determination of all countries and their actors, and prioritizing the common interests of humankind and of especially the most vulnerable people and sectors of humanity. Thank you.
a nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the Constitutional President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia for the statement that he's made. I would ask protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now listen to a statement by His Excellency Kasim Yomar Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Kasim Yomar Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and I invite him to address this Assembly, General Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, today humanity faces enormous shifts unseen in a century and has entered yet another period of geopolitical confrontation. The essence of the threat comes from the simultaneous erosion of fundamental principles of international law embodied in the Charter of the United Nations. The displacement of these pillars puts an increasingly heavy burden on the existing structure of international relations and creates confrontations. The pattern of non-compliance, suspension, and withdrawal from key international legal instruments is extremely concerning, as it could lead to the point of no return. This situation disrupts the trading system, weakens the supply chains that drive economic life, damages food security, and accelerates inflation. Current negative trends further exacerbate human suffering. 108 million people are forcibly displaced. More than 1 billion live in poverty, and 2 billion do not have access to essential medicines. The ultimate result is humanity's loss of confidence in the future stable development of the world. The younger generations no longer believe that the world they inherit will be a better one. Therefore, Kazakhstan finds it necessary to restate its unwavering commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter. The leaders gathered here are responsible for the fate and future of humankind. Yet, as we approach the United Nations 80th anniversary, we have come almost full cycle to the organization's point of departure. The resolution of political issues by force, in fact, results only in deadlock. Dialogue is the only way to create a conducive environment that enables agreement on new principles and norms. Despite best efforts, conflicts persist in many regions of the world. We urge all parties to seek diplomatic solutions to the conflicts based on the UN Charter and universally recognized international law. In this regard, Kazakhstan commends all efforts and plans proposed by different states and groups of countries in support of a political settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. Diplomacy and dialogue should always prevail in seeking the resolution of international disputes. We must therefore together exert the greatest efforts to stabilize the only system of global institutions we have. We will not succeed in tackling these challenges without a comprehensive reform of the Security Council. It's an urgent need of our time that meets the interests of the vast majority of humanity. I'm strongly convinced that the voices of middle powers and all developing countries in the Council need to be amplified and clearly heard. Since the Security Council appears unable to move beyond deadlock, it should become more representative so that other countries, including Kazakhstan, can play a greater role in the maintenance of peace and security. In our region, the growing engagement of member states has been a positive force in the transformation of the Conference on Interaction and Confidence-Building Measures in Asia into a full-fledged international organization that can contribute to continental mediation and peacemaking. Similarly, as the current chair of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Kazakhstan put forward the initiative of World Unity for a Just Peace and Harmony. This initiative, which we invite you to join, comprises a new security paradigm, a fair economic environment, and a clean planet. Open dialogue between the Global South and the Global North is its central pillar. Of all the challenges we face, perhaps the most destructive is the threat of use of nuclear weapons. 30 years ago, Kazakhstan voluntarily renounced the fourth largest inherited nuclear arsenal. That's why the logic of the nuclear agenda must be reversed. Only mutual trust and cooperation between nuclear powers on the path to a world free of nuclear weapons can produce global stability. In this context, Kazakhstan declares its continuous commitment to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. We support the development of new mechanisms in the field of disarmament and non-proliferation. A strategic plan for the complete renunciation of nuclear weapons by 2045 could well be the most significant contribution to the global security of this generation of leaders. At the same time, COVID-19 has painfully illustrated our vulnerability to future biological risks and threats. Kazakhstan appeals to the Secretary General and the President of this Assembly to launch the process of establishing an international agency for biological safety. We welcome the Secretary General's new agenda for peace. This strategic document must confront a trust vacuum and growing hostility in the world. In the upcoming Summit of the Future next year, Kazakhstan will play a constructive and supportive role to adopt a pact for the future. But the search for peace is not just about the banning of weapons or the signing of declarations. Interreligious and interfaith dialogue plays a key role in fostering a culture of peace. We are therefore concerned about recent acts of profound disrespect towards holy books. Such barbaric acts against Islam or any other religions cannot be accepted as expressions of freedom, free speech, and democracy. All holy books, including Quran, deserve legal protection against vandalism. Finally, a culture of peace can only be based on the principles of unity in diversity and mutual respect. I am proud, therefore, of the outstanding role of the Astana-based Congress of the Leaders of World Religions. In brief, Kazakhstan is a peace-loving nation that pursues its own national interest while continuously searching for peaceful solutions of pending international issues. Independence, territorial integrity, and sovereignty are core principles that will guide my people now and in the future. We will continue cooperation with our major allies on all strategic issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we need new assessments that will enable us to tackle pressing global economic problems while ensuring the right to development. To do this, we require an open, transparent, and inclusive multilateral trading system based on WTO principles and rules. We also need to think about a better global food security system. Nearly 10% of the world's population faced hunger last year. We must boost voluntary information exchange on food security, including volumes of production, and the export or import of food products. In concert, we must enable the transparent tracking of funding from the international community in response to food crisis. Kazakhstan is ready to act as a regional food supply hub. We have all the required resources, infrastructure, and logistics in place for these purposes. Kazakhstan is already a reliable link for nearly 80% of overland transit traffic between Asia and Europe. The Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, the so-called Middle Corridor, can significantly strengthen East-West engagement. This route could increase the pace of trade between critical markets, cutting by almost half the amount of time required to transport goods via the maritime route. Dear friends, the urgency of climate action risks to become a cliché. But it is a dangerous cliché because immediate, effective, and transformational steps are urgently required to prioritize environmental protection. Central Asia is one of its front lines. Even if we successfully limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by 2030, which looks increasingly unlikely, we will experience between 2 and 2.5 degrees of temperature rise in Central Asia. Despite the long road of the Paris Climate Agreement, we must all remain committed to a carbon-free future. The climate agenda should not be used to introduce measures restricting trade and investment cooperation. Instead, we must focus on positive change, such as climate-positive actions identified by the United Nations, including investing in green jobs, ending fossil fuel subsidies, and ensuring that all climate actions are fair, inclusive, and involve women at all levels. Yet, without proper funding, ambitious plans to combat climate change will remain unmet. In this regard, we propose to launch Just Energy Transition Partnership in Kazakhstan, a gradual, sustainable, and socially responsible transition away from coal would be a big bonus for global climate change goals. Kazakhstan's initiative to open the project office for Central Asia on climate change and green energy in Almaty can lead on these issues. We look forward to hosting a regional climate summit in Kazakhstan in 2026 under the United Nations auspices. In our region, we have seen that water scarcity has created serious economic and other challenges in transboundary river basins. This will be replaced across the world. By 2040, global demand for water may outstrip supply by as much as 40%. We must therefore combine political will and economic resources to address this critical global issue simultaneous with climate action. Next year, we will assume chairmanship of the International Fund for Saving the RLC. We will continue efforts to prevent further degradation of the environment and its impact on livelihoods around what was once the fourth largest lake on the planet. Today, it is the world's largest lake, the Caspian Sea, that also faces ecological challenges, including shallowing, water diversion, and the pollution of flora and fauna. Saving the Caspian Sea must be a matter of common priority that requires long-term international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, Kazakhstan is committed to further enhancing multifaceted cooperation with the countries of Central Asia. Our region can play a more active role as a cohesive and independent part of the international community while contributing to global development processes. Fortunately, economic activity is growing. Over the last 5 years, intra-regional trade doubled to $10 billion US. Our regional agenda includes Afghanistan, which must become a stable, prosperous state and a reliable trade partner. In this context, it's timely to establish a UN Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty. I call on all member states to support our initiative. Excellencies, let me also present a brief update on our domestic reform efforts. Despite global, regional, and geopolitical challenges, our society and government are building a just and fair Kazakhstan. In a very short period of time, we have reformed our institutions, amended our constitution, curtailed the powers of the presidency, reset political and economic systems, and battled corruption. Much was done in only 2 years. The mindset of our people, particularly of the younger generation, has already changed substantially in that time. The presidential mandate has been limited to 1 7-year term. This proposal was supported by the people of Kazakhstan in the public referendum and will remain unchanged in the future. We will firmly adhere to the formula of a strong president, an influential parliament, and an accountable government. These reforms are based on the principles of justice, equality, fairness, and freedom. It is my personal credo that the rule of law must prevail in all circumstances. We understand that only political reform and investments in human capital can make our economy more resilient and robust. Kazakhstan has made significant progress in achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls. We introduced a 30% quota for women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the electoral party lists. It will allow them to participate more actively and equally in the political life of the country. In my recent State of the Nation address, I have presented a new economic policy that is designed, first of all, to provide all citizens the necessary opportunities for decent life. We are giving great attention and value to young people who work hard and, with the support of the government, will contribute to the sustainable development of the country and its leading position in international fora. The health, well-being, and good education of the younger generation are key priorities of Kazakhstan's state policy. I place my hope in the younger generation. They will drive our country into future. At home and abroad, we are working for that better future. Let us rekindle the spirit of unity and collective action that underpins the United Nations. Let us remember that our shared commitment to a better world transcends our differences. Kazakhstan stands ready to collaborate with all member states in the pursuit of a brighter, more just, and sustainable world. Thank you for your attention.
A nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency, Mr. Sayyid Ibrahim Raisi, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I invite him to address the Assembly on behalf of the General Assembly.
سلام علیکم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. الحمد لله رب العالمین و صلی الله علی سیدنا و نبینا محمد و آله الطاهرین و صحبه المنتجبین. فبشر عباد الذین یستمعون القول فیتبعون احسنه. آقای رئیس، انتخاب جناب عالی را به ریاست 78مین نشست مجموع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد تبریک میگویم.
I congratulate you and give you felicitations on the 78th General Assembly of the United Nations. Since last year, when I addressed everyone from this podium, the world has witnessed bitter as well as sweet events. But the world, nearly 8 decades following the establishment of the United Nations, the new session of the General Assembly commences as the world is experiencing unprecedented and historic changes. Meanwhile, the assurance of a luminous future for human society lies in the devoted observance of lofty virtues that guide people towards excellence and noble ideals. What better source than the word of the Creator to encapsulate the essence of humanity and elevate the inherent values of mankind? Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Quran beckons humanity towards rationality, spirituality, the truth, and justice. It expounds upon the unity of mankind, proclaiming all earthly inhabitants. It seeks to guide all towards human dignity, which will lead to the blessings sought by mankind. What has the Quran said to infuriate and focus the attention of those who seek power and hold the reins of power? The Quran says, humans do not accept oppression. And with this pursuit, you will be able to reach elevated divine values. The Quran speaks of equality among humans. It says that they were all created equally from a single mother and father. The Quran, even though there are differences, natural differences between men and women, sees them as completing one another and direct in the eyes of the Creator and equal in the eyes of the Creator. The Quran defends the sanctity of the family and sees children as gifts entrusted to us by God. Moreover, the Quran believes in serving those who have less than we do, and it directs our beliefs and faiths as forbidden, recognizing the sanctity of these values. Is this the first time that the words of God, of the Omnipotent, are being burned? Presuming while they do so that they can extinguish the divine voice for eternity? Did Nimrod, Pharaoh, Caron, and Caesar triumph over Abraham, Moses, and Jesus? The Quran forbids all forms of violence in human interactions and deems respect towards Abraham, Moses, and Jesus on par and equal to with the sanctity for the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. These understandings that bring unity and divine teachings that inspire, that build human characters, that build societies, that build progress for human societies will never be burned, is eternal. They remain impervious. The fires of disrespect will not overcome the truth and the divine truth. Mr. President, Islamophobia and cultural apartheid witnessed in Western countries, evident in actions ranging from the desecration of the Holy Quran to the ban on hijab in schools and numerous other deplorable discriminations, are not worthy of human dignity. Even more concerning is that behind the scene there seems to be an agenda which seeks to divert attention with using the tool of freedom of speech. As one Westerner said, now that the West is faced with a crisis of identity, sees the world as a jungle and presents itself in the best of lights as a beautiful garden. And some potent interests see this fabrication as their tools of choice. These apartheid has targeted the Muslim community, particularly the immigrants who are themselves victims of colonial policies. In alignment with all adherents of faith and advocates for freedom, we firmly believe that reverence for religions should hold a prominent position on the United Nations agenda in order to indoctrinate the proper framework for respect to all world religions. Concurrently with the war on Islam, we are also seeing a war against the framework of the family. The family is the most fundamental column that has supported human development, which is now under attack. Today, crimes against humanity are not just the occupation of lands and oppression against people and mass killings, but it's also a concerted attack on the family itself. That is also a crime against humanity. The protection of the nucleus of the family, made up of the sanctity of marriage between a man and a woman, is an inherent truth to be accepted by the entire world. The proper teachings of the populations at large throughout the world, unless done so within the framework of the family, will not yield the desired results. These are divine words: mother, father, natural words and concepts such as family. Actions that can be seen as wanting to bring cessation to the human race itself. We are today in need of a world movement that brings commitment to the existence of the framework of the family, so that all members of the families can experience life in peace and stability next to each other. We ask, therefore, all religious leaders to adhere to their historical responsibilities in defending the sanctity of the family and move against fabrications. We expect from the United Nations to put a very high priority on its agenda and give the proper protection to the framework of the family. Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves at a critical junction in history. The global landscape is also undergoing a paradigm shift towards an emerging international order, a trajectory that is not reversible. The equation attributed to the hegemony of the West no longer resonates with the diverse realities of today's world. The former old liberal order, catering to the ambitions of voracious rulers whose hunger has no end, and to that of the capitalist, has been relegated to obsolescence. In short, to endeavor to universalize American ideals throughout the world have proven to be failures. The Iranian nation takes pride in having instrumentally unmasked the true nature of the rulers in both the East and West through its Islamic revolution. In conjunction with other nations of West Asia, Iran has played a significant role in defeating the global arrogance. Now that global nations exhibit heightened resistance and awareness as non-Western powers have emerged, there is a collective hope for the establishment of a novel and equitable world order. Central to the forthcoming international order is the abandonment of global arrogance in favor of regional cooperation and orders. The Islamic Republic of Iran advocates for maximum economic and political convergence within and between regions, and is interested in interacting with the global community under the principle of justice. However, as independent nations increasingly align themselves towards cooperation and convergence, certain powers are attempting to incite conflicts in different regions. Employing a Cold War mentality, they strive to reconstitute blocs on a global scale. This regressive endeavor poses a significant threat to the security and prosperity of nations. The Islamic Republic of Iran staunchly maintains that the formation of new East-West divides should not be permitted to take shape, making trade corridors unsafe, diminishing countries from allies to dependents, stifling the economic progress of sovereign nations, and fomenting proxy wars across Asia and Europe are all elements of this sinister chain. Ironically, these actions are put forth in the name of defending democracy. However, the global community, including nations in West Asia, have discerned the true essence of Western democracy, an appellation that all too often is a code name for coup d'etats, occupations, and ongoing wars. The true nature of the liberal democracy project has become evident to the world, revealing it to be nothing more than a velvet glove hiding a cast iron hand. A school that was once envisioned as a beacon for the world has transformed into a cautionary tale illustrating the limitations and shortcomings of the system, nearing the conclusion of its trajectory. Ladies and gentlemen, right at a time where certain powers are steering the world towards more wars, the Islamic Republic of Iran has put forward a policy of neighborhood and integration. This policy of neighborhood is a benevolent one towards the region and is prioritized on the regional agenda. The Islamic Republic extends a warm welcome to any hand that is extended in friendship, firmly believing that an independent and robust neighborhood represents an opportunity for the entire region. We will welcome any extended hand quite warmly. A stable and powerful neighbor is healthy for a stable region. Having traversed 2 decades of imposed tensions and crises within our region, the fruit of resilience from free nations from Syria to Palestine to Yemen to Afghanistan, the future prospects of the region can be secured through the cultivation of profound mutual political trust, fostering extensive economic cooperation, and establishing indigenous security measures. In alignment with this vision, Iran has established a new chapter of constructive relationship with like-minded neighboring countries through membership in regional and international mechanisms such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization or the Northeast Economic Corridor. We have prioritized these developments in order to bring their benefits and their fruits for all of the people of the region. The Islamic Republic of Iran also stands ready in order to decrease the effects of climate change, to bring her capacity, her national capacity for renewable energy production and share those with other countries. In the security sector, the good neighbor policy seeks to increase regional cooperation and forbidden external meddling from the Caucasus to the Persian Gulf. Any type of foreign presence not only is not part of the solution, but it is the problem itself. From the Caucasus to the Persian Gulf, any type of foreign presence, not only it is not part of a solution, but it is the problem and the difficulty itself. We see the security of the neighbors as our own security, and any type of insecurity for them is insecurity for us. With benevolence and goodwill We have taken initiatives throughout the region, even though bringing together politics and security needs strengthening. This process needs to be strengthened and can only be realized when it's accompanied by meaningful economic cooperation. The area of Western Asia, due to continued military attacks and occupations, it has been negated many opportunities for progress and development. Now that under the holy leadership of the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution, Imam Khamenei, we have been able to drive back the rotten foundations of terrorism. We have created new opportunities for the region. The power of the Islamic Republic of Iran is an empowering security, and we seek to extend our hands to neighboring countries in order to bring about new horizons of hope and success for the entire region. We believe that this is a collaborative effort in the Muslim world, and this requires the participation of all, and this is the only pathway to blessings and success in West Asia. The Islamic Republic of Iran has many and rare opportunities for investments, which represent a great opportunity for countries from throughout the world and the region. Mr. President, dear attendees, last year was the year of the victory of the people of Iran. Certain Western nations and their intelligence services during the past year made a grave mistake by the miscalculation that sought to diminish and undervalue and underestimate the power of Iranian people. Since the Islamic Revolution's victory under the leadership of Imam Khomeini, the enemies of Iran, through various and continuous and incessant plots, sought to impose their will on our people. More than 44 years, these policies have been defeated by the Iranian people, and the Iranian people have stood victorious again and again. Now they are faced, the enemies are faced with an Islamic Republic that is, the power of whom is based, and the progress of which is based on profound ties with its people. During the past year, the people of Iran witnessed the most significant waves of a media and psychological war waged against them. The United States of America, which now possesses the biggest women's prison, therefore mothers' prisons in Iran, can sincerely be the defender of women's rights. Now, the picture that they sought to introduce to the world from Iran was by commingling legitimate with illegitimate news, by fabricating lies and fake reports. Realities from Iran were censored throughout the world in order to negate the truth. Have you ever heard anything about the chemical bombardment against the Iranian people, those chemical weapons that were supplied by certain European countries to Saddam Hussein? Have you seen those whose bodies are severely and gravely damaged by chemical attacks, who are still alive but in hospital for 35 years? Have you seen their photos and images? Have you seen ill children who cannot overcome immune system diseases because of sanctions imposed on us that prevents obtaining proper medication for their treatment? Have you seen those photos? Have you seen the pictures of patience, of sacrifice, and steadfast fortitude of the Islamic people of Iran? Have you seen those pictures? Have you seen the unprecedented movement of the remembrance of the martyrdom of Imam Hussein, the Prophet Muhammad's grandson? 22 million strong, marching towards his burial site for the anniversary of his martyrdom. Many countries' safeties today throughout our region are owed to the sacrifices of our martyr general Haj Qasem Soleimani. Had it not been for his sacrifice, the hero of anti-terrorism activities, many of the countries in the region would have burned to the ground in the fires set by ISIS and Daesh. Have you seen, do you recall the steadfast stories of heroic fights against terrorism through Hollywood-like generated reports in the news media? Have you seen the 25 million strong funeral of the late commander, General Qasem Soleimani, throughout Iran? Those were censored throughout the world in the West. The terrorist act of his assassination was a prize given to Daesh on a silver platter, whom according to certain American officials had confessed that ISIS was an American creation. His killing, his martyrdom, was a gift to that same ISIS. Instead of recognizing him for his sacrifices, he's assassinated. Why? But the Islamic Republic of Iran, through the use of all tools and capacities in order to bring to justice the perpetrators and all those who had a hand in this government-sanctioned act of terror, will not sit until that is done. The blood of the oppressed will not be forgotten, and the robes of the guilty will bring them to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, dear heads of states, representatives, most serious threats in West Asia are extremism and fundamentalism. The eradication of terrorism through an all-encompassing fight against their very roots and the very reasons that gave rise to them throughout the world will not be achieved. The surgical use of terrorists by certain Western governments as a political tool will be overcome by the collective will of the people of the region. Certain intelligence and security services of Western countries, in a very targeted fashion, moving terrorists from area to area in the region in order to be able to capitalize on their devastating capacities. They keep being asked, why have you given refuge again and again to officially recognized terror groups who have the blood of over 17,000 Iranian martyrs on their hands, as well as our head of state, prime minister, and congressional representatives? Why do the Europeans behave in this way? They must give a reasonable answer. Why do they say and portray that they're fighting against terror, however they give refuge to terrorists? This is a double standard. Discrimination in the fight against terrorism is a green light given to terrorists themselves. Iran, who herself has been the biggest target of terrorists, has been at the forefront of fighting terrorism in the region. The people of the region see Iran as a secure partner for their own security, and the occupying regime in Jerusalem is seen as the perpetrator of much of the violence in the region. Has the time not come to bring an end to 7.5 decades of the occupation of Palestinian lands, of the demolition of their homes, of the blood of their women and children, and for the people of Palestine to be recognized officially as a country? The continuation of the occupation of the Zionist regime of certain Syrian and Lebanese and Palestinian territories, and the lack of recognition to the people of Palestine has been a negation of their inherent rights, and the lack of formulation of a proper Palestinian government with its rightful capital in Jerusalem has been a tool used at the hand of certain governments in the region. Certain foundations that have been laid in the region by certain countries based on lies and destruction and occupation, those countries cannot be partners for peace. The situation today in Afghanistan represents another example of foreign meddling in the region, which has led to the killing of over 70,000 men, women, and children. In Afghanistan, Iran insists on an all-encompassing government with the participation of all Afghan groups and population, but the assistance of the world is needed in order to address the crisis of refugees who have been driven from their land, from Afghanistan, a great many of whom are being given refuge in Islamic Iran today. Vis-a-vis the Ukrainian crisis and the war, I would like to remind everyone again of our position, unambiguous position. As the Islamic Republic, we do not stand nor support any war anywhere, not in Europe nor anywhere else. We do not see any war to benefit any sides in Europe. Any type of tension and fanning the flames of violence in Ukraine has been done by the United States of America in order to weaken the European countries. And this is a long-term plan, unfortunately. We support any initiative for a cessation of hostilities and the war, and support any political measure. We fully announce our support for such initiative. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Americans leaving the JCPOA showed an official trampling upon their commitments by that government. It was an inappropriate response to our fulfillment of commitments within that framework by having broken the agreement within the framework of Resolution 2231 passed by the UN Security Council. It has committed egregious and unilateral crime in the international arena. The United States of America must explain transparently and demonstrate in a verifiable fashion that it does wish to reach a proper conclusion and show her commitment and choose a way, choose a path, either JCPOA or not. And whether the European countries, by the same token, who ignore UN Security Council Resolution 2231 and their commitments within the framework of the JCPOA, they will ultimately lose on this path. Rest assured that nuclear weapons have no place in the defensive doctrine and the military doctrine of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The international organizations, multiple official reports have stated as much. The Islamic Republic of Iran, as 2 decades ago, will never fall short of obtaining the inherent right of the Iranian nation to have peaceful nuclear energy. Not only we have lived up to our commitments, but unfortunately the United States not only doesn't adhere to her commitments within any framework of international treaties such as the NPT, but it does impose sanctions with that excuse as a political tool on people such as the people of Iran. But I am saying today that these sanctions have not yielded the desired results. It is time now for the United States to bring a cessation to her traveling on the wrong path and choose the right side. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity is entering a new framework. Old powers will keep their current downward trajectory. They are the past and we are the future. I repeat once again, they represent the past and we represent the future. We are the future. Our viewpoint towards the future is one of hope. The world awaits the day that has been promised by all faiths throughout the world, by all Abrahamic faiths, that ultimate seeker of justice does exist. We do believe that according to divine will, just as divine prophets have promised, justice and fairness will overtake the world, and the rule of the sincere people, those who truly follow the path of the omnipotent, will reverberate throughout the world. A world that rejects ignorance. The world awaits the day in which the old path will come to an end. I do thank you for all of your attention and your presence here today. May the blessings of the Omnipotent be upon you and your loved ones.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
The Assembly would like to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, it is my honor to welcome His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the compassionate, may peace be with the messengers. Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me on this occasion to greet all the heads of state and delegations that are participating in the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I also would like to congratulate Mr. Denis Francis for his election to be the president of the session, and I wish him every success in this noble task. I also want to thank Mr. Chaba Koroshi, president of the previous session, for his outstanding work. I would sincerely thank the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and I would like to express my wholehearted support for the efforts that he has undertaken to strengthen the role of our organization and to promote it in order to respond to the aspirations of our peoples. Mr. President, we are here in this global hall that welcomes the entire world with all its differences and diversity. And we are here. We hope to promote dialogue and discussion amongst us and to make this hall a true basis for making the world a world of cooperation, solidarity, and equality among nations. My country, and this is the case for over 50 years from this noble tribune, has pointed to the dysfunctioning of the global order and has pointed the way towards correcting this global order in order to achieve greater equality among our member states. Mr. President, the conflicts and crises in our world have reached unprecedented levels. Millions of people have been displaced, and international relations have been transformed from ties of cooperation and consensus to conflict, and this has threatened international organizations in the midst of a world that is experiencing emergencies under extreme pressure. In the face of these difficult situations and multiple crises, the weakening of the role of the Security Council over the past few years is evident. This is a role that is set out in the Charter of the United Nations. That role is to maintain international peace and security, and in particular by preventing the use of force and by tackling the causes that threaten peace, international peace and security, by ensuring a peaceful resolution of conflicts. I think the time has come for all of us to reflect together, to uphold the principles and goals of the UN Charter, and to strengthen our common engagement and to establish a sound framework for strengthening international cooperation, make it more effective, and especially on major issues. The goal should be to consolidate international peace and security and to achieve the sustainable development goals in a multipolar world. Following this logic, Algeria, which is preparing itself to be a non-permanent member of the Security Council and aware of the responsibility that is incumbent on us, especially in the face of the challenges that the international community is facing. Bearing all that in mind, I want to take this opportunity to once again express my gratitude to the 184 member states who voted in favor of Algeria to be a non-permanent member. This is an expression of trust that Algeria will seek to justify and uphold throughout its term in the Security Council. We are ready to strengthen cooperation with all member states on the Security Council and in the UN as a whole. We also are ready to take advantage of our extensive experience in mediation and seeking political solutions to peacefully resolve conflicts. Very much in this spirit, my country will sit on the Security Council, bringing with it the aspirations of the African continent and the Arab world, and calling for overcoming conflicts and focusing on lasting solutions to conflicts by dealing with the root causes of these conflicts. Mr. President, any effort to strengthen joint international action forces us to respond to the constant appeals to strengthen the multilateral system by reforming the main organs of our organization in order to make them more transparent and ensure the necessary balance among the main organs and ensure an equitable geographical distribution, and thus revitalize the central role of the General Assembly as the only organ which truly reflects the diversity of our international community. This is a key element in strengthening equality among states and strengthening the pillar of a true democracy. Also, to make progress on intergovernmental negotiations on reforming the Security Council is essential, based on an inclusive and comprehensive approach. This should be an absolute priority for the international community in order to find a consensus and to implement a true reform that ensures greater representation and transparency. And here I reiterate the commitment of Algeria with regard to the common African position and the need to put an end to the historic injustice against the African continent. Mr. President, Algeria is aware of the price of freedom. We will never abandon just causes, and we will always support oppressed peoples who are fighting for their freedom. This is why we have always supported the Palestinian cause, in order to allow the brethren Palestinian people to exercise their inalienable rights and to establish their own independent states based on the 4th of June 1967 borders with Jerusalem as the capital, in conformity with the international resolutions and international law. As part of our support for the Palestinian cause, which is a just cause, last year my country, under my own personal supervision, held a summit to bring together the various Palestinian factions at a summit which was crowned with the adoption of the Algiers Declaration. In this context, I would like to reiterate our attachment to the Arab Initiative, Peace Initiative, as a framework for resolving the Palestinian issue and putting an end to the occupation, which is the main cause of instability in the Middle East region. I want to appeal to the conscience of the international community to assume its moral and historical responsibility and allow the Palestinian people to regain their rights and decide on their future. Furthermore, I would like to take this opportunity to call on the International Court of Justice to follow up on the request formulated by the UN General Assembly on the 30th of December of 2022 by giving an advisory opinion regarding the Israeli practices that affect human rights on occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem. We aspire to towards a victory and to honor the combat of the Palestinian people who have suffered so much and who have who have sacrificed so much living under occupation. And from this tribune, I also call on the Security Council to adopt a resolution pursuant to which it would guarantee the two-state solution, which enjoys a consensus from the international community, and by virtue of which it would be possible to put an end to the unilateral practices of the occupying authority, starting with the activity of settlement building on occupied Palestinian territory.
We once again call on, and I insist on, the need for an extraordinary session of the General Assembly to grant the state of Palestine as status of full-fledged member. And I repeat, we call once again for an extraordinary session in order to grant the state of Palestine the status of permanent member within the United Nations General Assembly. We are proud that what our organization has accomplished in terms of decolonization in a number of regions, and we aspire to a definitive solution and putting an end to the colonization with the last African colony, because indeed an entire people in Western Sahara is deprived of its fundamental right to self-determination, and it is necessary to organize a free and comprehensive referendum under the rules adopted by the Security Council in 1991. This was approved by both parties, and it's time to implement it. It's waiting for that. Given that reality, and given attempts geared to creating legitimacy based on illegitimacy, it is incumbent on the United Nations to preserve the credibility of these resolutions and to support full and complete implementation of the resolutions of our organization and preserve its reputation. In that context, I would reiterate here our support for the Secretary General's efforts, those of the Secretary General of the United Nations and his staff, efforts undertaken to relaunch the negotiating process, direct negotiations, and to organize a referendum to allow the Sahrawi people to self-determination according to the Security Council resolutions. Mr. President, my country is closely following and with great concern what is occurring in some countries, friendly nations, sister nations, and we are undertaking every effort in order to find peaceful solutions and to bring points of view and positions closer together. Turning now to the situation in Libya, brother nation. Here, I reiterate our support to the United Nations efforts in order to find a political solution led by the Libyan people themselves and allowing them to preserve the unity of Libya, its sovereignty, and its territorial integrity. According to the situation in Mali, Algeria plays a lead role in the area of international mediation and presides the follow-up committee for implementation of the peace agreement and peace and reconciliation agreement in the Algiers process, is resolute in its efforts to overcome the obstacles in that sister nation. And here we reiterate our position, which is refusing resorting to force in order to settle conflicts. With regard to developments in Niger, a neighboring country, Algeria reiterates its attachment to the return to a constitutional order through peaceful means, and to make sure that diplomatic and political solutions prevail while respecting the rule of law. We call for vigilance given the intentions of foreign intervention, military intervention, because this could have dangerous repercussions on peace and stability in Nigeria and in the region as a whole. At the same time, the very concerning situation in Sudan calls upon us to call on all parties to the conflict to put an end to it and to pursue dialogue, put an end to the fighting. This situation has very serious repercussions on the humanitarian situation in that country. This vulnerable and unstable situation is casting a shadow over the entire Sahel region and the Sahara region. Its development has been stopped, and it is now experiencing famine. And turning to the issue of climate change, this is further exacerbating instability and is fueling terrorist groups who are making this region one that they use as a base for their criminal activities. In that context, Algeria will spare no efforts to support development in the region, and we are prepared to share our experience in the area of combating terrorism and extreme violent extremism. We would like to participate in an extraordinary session, and the 16th extraordinary session of the African Union in Malibu in 2022 in that regard. And as a coordinator for fighting terrorism and violent extremism in Africa, we presented a report at that time. This report looked at the development of terrorist threats throughout Africa and mechanisms to address those threats. This is a report that is being looked at a number of different practical mechanisms to strengthen the fight against terrorism in Africa. It also underscores the importance of putting the fight against terrorism as a priority, and one that requires common African action. Moreover, I'd like to look at Algeria's contribution as an international mediator is not confined just to the African continent and our region. We also participate in the Arab Contact Group's efforts geared to relaunching the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Mr. President, 8 years after the adoption of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the Addis Ababa Plan of Action, a number of states that are currently developing face challenges. And this means they need more solidarity from the international community in order to achieve a better world and to have a more equitable and effective economic model, which would make it possible to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Algeria adopted the Sustainable Development Program and has made it a national priority and has integrated it into all the plans, strategies, and programs that were launched by the government. This, in turn, made it possible for us to achieve considerable results in the area of sustainable development, especially with regard to education, healthcare, electricity, and water. Speaking of water, my country launched a desalination of ocean waters program to be completed by the end of 2024, and we will be at the end of next year able to produce over 1 billion metric tons of water on an annual basis through desalination. Mr. President, my country has always enjoyed the support of and confidence of the Human Rights Council and is party to most international human rights treaties. We ensure that our cooperation with the Council, the Human Rights Council, and that we work with all of the human rights treaty bodies created in virtue of various human rights treaties and with regard to the Universal Periodic Review. And to that end, in November of 2022, my country presented its 4th national report in the context of the UPR. My country is firmly convinced that respecting human rights and promoting human rights is the very cornerstone of any political system which is credible. And that's why we work to strengthen human rights by all means available to us. And this conviction is due to the Algerian people's attachment to human rights. And my country's constitution was amended in 2020 based on our convictions and the belief in the importance of strengthening fundamental freedoms and human rights. The amendments bans any explicit undermining of these freedoms and liberties. It also creates equality between all citizens, men and women, in terms of rights and duties, and strengthens the effective participation of all, especially in the area of promoting women's rights and the empowerment of women economically and politically, and women's participation in positions of responsibility. We are also seeking to guarantee a principle of equality in the labor market and to strengthen the role played by women in the area of peace and security, and strengthening the status of women in all areas of life, be it at the national, continental, or international levels. A practical national plan in the context of implementing Resolution 1325 of the Security Council has been implemented. It was adopted in October 2000, and a plan was adopted in order to strengthen the role of women in prevention of and resolution of conflicts in keeping with the principles of our foreign policy. Algeria has many young people and a great deal of capacity. Young people account for 70% of our national population. Algeria, therefore, adopted measures in order to provide institutional management level with the means necessary to build capacity for young people and to integrate young people as a driving force of the process of sustainable development and a driving force behind the economic, political, and cultural arenas. By way of conclusion, we aspire to a world where peace and prosperity would reign, peace and prosperity for all human beings under the aegis of the United Nations. We must show sincere determination and strong commitment in order to meet the legitimate needs of our people so that our people can enjoy this peace and prosperity. May the blessings be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alberto Fernandez, President of the Argentine Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alberto Fernandez, President of the Argentine Republic. and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Mr. President, the world is experiencing a time of change. A new era is upon us as humankind is still overcoming the effects of a pandemic that led to the loss of lives of 15 million people, leaving us exposed to the inequality that we're confronted. In the meantime, the climate crisis has subjected our planet to all kinds of extreme events. Cyclones, tornadoes, unexpected flooding, or extensive droughts have affected millions of human beings in every corner of the globe. All this is taking place while a war is continuing, carrying away human lives and unleashing an energy and food crisis of unheard of proportions. As all these calamities are occurring, we are witnessing an astounding technological revolution. The robotization and the acceleration of the process of incorporating artificial intelligence forces us to rethink our education, processes of production, and the preservation of work. How we will be capable of confronting these changes and harmonizing interests in this new landscape in which we have found ourselves, that is the true challenge that we are confronting today. As I speak before this assembly, I confess that I feel duty-bound to be absolutely frank with you. The problems of the world demand solutions. We have spent too much time diagnosing problems. We cannot continue speaking of these while we're teetering on a ledge. The risks of perpetuating this current situation are very high. We have covered half the path towards the implementation of the 2030 agenda, and yet we know, as ECLAC mentions, that only 1/4 of the targets that we have set for ourselves will be achieved by 2030. This inability to behold a better future sows unease in the developing world, where the poorest and the most vulnerable people live. It is impossible to want to achieve an equitable future by promoting and continuing the same paradigms that have generated inequality in which we live. International financial engineering has demonstrated that it is abusive and it is unchanged. How can we achieve sustainable development without financing that contributes to this? The international financial system has not demonstrated a determination to adapt itself to a world that wants to restore a lost equality. Quite to the contrary, it only seeks to impose the same orthodox policies that have deepened inequality and misery around the world. The global financial architecture only serves to concentrate income in the hands of the few and to marginalize vast regions of the world. It embraces speculative activity rather than development. It promotes cheap labor rather than dignifying labor. The time for words is over. The time has come to promote social justice in the world. The International Monetary Fund cannot continue increasing its interest rates each time that the U.S. Federal Reserve increases its rates to contain national inflation. It cannot continue to do this, and yet it does so. And in this context, it is shameful that even today, IMF applies surcharges to many countries who are already burdened by the unbearable weight of external debt. Ironically, the IMF finances Ukraine in the midst of its war, and in the midst of this war, it applies surcharges on interest that Ukraine is charged. It's shameful. We need a new framework for dealing with sovereign debt, which is guided by the development of social justice. Experience shows that when a people is choked with the eternal noose of indebtedness, its forces flag. Social crises are compounded and debts become unpayable. We face the challenge of feeding a growing global population in the midst of extreme climate conditions, droughts, flooding, tornadoes, hail. Everything affects the production and delivery of foodstuffs. We know this from our own experience. Argentina lost over 20% of its exports due to the worst drought of the past 100 years. No less than 3% of GDP were wiped out. We all know today that the global market of foodstuffs has been poisoned by financial speculation, and it only leads to greater income for the few and instability and misery for millions of human beings. To find a long-term solution to the problem of food security, it is essential that there is a system of international commerce of agricultural products that is more fair, more transparent, more equitable, and more predictable. We need to eliminate distortions produced by subsidies, and we need to prohibit foodstuffs from being an object of financial speculation. Both of these things discourage the necessary investments in order to increase production that will help satisfy the growing global demand for foodstuffs. Argentina considers multilateralism as the best tool to find shared solutions to shared problems. It reflects our mission to be guided by solidarity and to cooperate in the striving for collective well-being. Hegemonic agendas have only served to promote distrust, encourage arms races, and limit the possibilities for economic and scientific technological cooperation. In the current context, as we know, there is a confluence that has been provoked by over a decade of accumulated crises, starting from the effects of the financial collapse of 2008 up to the war unleashed by Russia in occupying Ukrainian territory. The effects of this war are there in plain sight. In addition to the terrible humanitarian consequences, the military conflict is generating historic levels of inflation around the world, but with particular impact on the prices of foodstuffs and energy. This situation has also given rise to other tensions less noticed by public opinion, but that also profoundly affect international peace. Just as an example, I'd like to highlight the blockades by Azerbaijan in the Lachin corridor, which have provoked a humanitarian crisis which once again is punishing the Armenian people. Just today, while this assembly is being held, in the news we read that Azerbaijan has started military operations with the goal of taking control of Nagorno-Karabakh. The international community cannot remain indifferent to this reality. It must act preventively to avoid new ethnic, racial, religious, or political persecution. As we've always done, we will continue demanding of the parties to conflicts that they show the wisdom and convene peace negotiations and demand multilateral organizations to regain the strength that they seem to have lost, the strength to uphold international rules. The countries of the global south, we have historically shared our visions about the international system and on the responsibility incumbent on multilateral organizations in the area of development, peace, global security, cooperation, and decolonization. I represent a country that this year will celebrate our 40th anniversary of restoration of democracy, a country that learned from its historic past that it will never again accept violations of human rights, and a country that has promoted as a policy of state the right to memory, to truth, and to justice. We are proud that of these 4 decades of uninterrupted democracy, during which the promotion and protection of human rights have been a fundamental path of the road that we have traveled. Today, UNESCO declared a World Heritage Site the Museum of Remembrance, ESMA, which was a clandestine center of detention, torture, and extermination, in which the dictatorship perpetrated its worst atrocities. By actively preserving memory that the deniers want to conceal, we will make sure that this pain will never again be repeated. In the face of these crimes against humanity, our solution is not revenge but justice. And precisely because we know the horror represented by the disappearance of 30,000 human beings, we have taken this opportunity to reiterate our appeal to adhere to the International Convention for the Protection of Persons Against Forced Disappearance. We need more states to be committed to this so that this crime is completely eradicated. The challenge that we have before us is to consolidate and move forward our efforts on the rights agenda, which means achieving democracies with greater equality among them and equality among its citizens. Human rights admit no kind of regression. If there's regression, those who gain are the advocates of authoritarianism and those who promote a hate discourse. Democracies lose legitimacy, and the crisis of representation that is generated winds up undermining the institutions of the rule of law. Preserving the rule of law is a shared conviction on our continent. This is why we're particularly concerned about what is taking place in Guatemala. The international community must activate the relevant mechanisms that ensure respect for the popular verdict. The climate crisis is a reality that has modified temperatures and atmospheric phenomena around the world, imposing restrictions and obstacles to development. It is therefore essential to resolve problems without delay by implementing an architecture of environmental financing, multilateral one that is just, transparent, equitable, and based on the principle of shared but differentiated responsibilities. Argentina reaffirms its commitment to gender equality and diversity as an essential condition for growth and sustainable development at the national and international level with a human rights approach. We have developed normative frameworks and public policies to promote the equality for all women and to promote diversity. Currently, our country is implementing a national plan of equality within diversity. As part of this integrationist mission embodied in Mercosur and UNASUR, in these 4 years, we have sought to return to the path of integration with Latin America and the Caribbean and strengthen our dialogue with our partners through political coordination based on solidarity and cooperation. As once was the case with the construction of the European Union, the various institutions of integration in Latin America and Caribbean represent a heritage that the region has shared with the humankind in search of peace, cooperation, and justice. Our region currently faces a historical opportunity. We have the energy resources and food resources that the world demands. Our development depends on having the capability of taking advantage of these resources. It's important for us to work together in order to carry out infrastructure projects that allow our region's industry to compete. Argentina, Mr. President, condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. These actions constitute a threat to peace and international security and to human dignity. Terrorism must be combated in the framework of the rule of law and within the full respect of international law. Argentina has ratified this commitment with the Inter-American Convention Against Terrorism and has ratified most of the international instruments in the area of terrorism, seeking to implement all the measures contained there as the most effective way to put an end to this threat. For our part, we will continue combating impunity, investigating attacks committed against us, as in 1992, against the Israeli embassy in Buenos Aires, and in 1994, the seat of Amia Jewish Cultural Center, which took the lives of 107 persons and left hundreds wounded. We want the perpetrators of these horrific attacks to be identified, judged, and convicted. Once again, we urge the Islamic Republic of Iran to cooperate with the Argentinian judicial authorities to make progress in the investigation of the attack against Amia. We also urge the international community, all of it, to support us in our fight by not welcoming or protecting any of those involved, even when they enjoy diplomatic immunity. We must remind everyone that these individuals are subject to international arrest warrants and Interpol red notices. Argentina is firmly opposed, Mr. President, to the use of unilateral coercive measures and the adoption of discriminatory commercial practices. The continuation of the blockade against Cuba is unacceptable. Year after year, this General Assembly has demanded by an overwhelming majority the need to put an end to this blockade. Also, we would once again request that Cuba be taken off the list of countries that supposedly sponsor international terrorism. By the same token, the sanctions imposed by the United States against Venezuela must cease immediately. Their continuation has only worsened the living conditions for the inhabitants of Venezuela and led millions of Venezuelans to choose exile and emigrate from their country in search of a better life. I want to also reaffirm the legitimate and inalienable sovereignty rights of the Republic of Argentina on the Malvinas Islands, South Georgia, South Sandwich Islands, and the surrounding maritime areas. They are a part and parcel of national Argentinian territory, and they are illegally occupied by the United Kingdom have been for almost 2 centuries, in conformity with the resolutions of this General Assembly and its Special Decolonization Committee. The way to resolve the colonial situation of these islands is through negotiations on sovereignty between Argentina and the United Kingdom. We regret that the United Kingdom continues to refuse to resume negotiations. We regret that unilateral activities of exploration and development of natural resources have continued in the area under dispute, contravening Resolution 31/49 of this Assembly. We also question the military presence of the UK in the South Atlantic, which is a region of peace. Argentina maintains a firm commitment to a peaceful resolution of this anachronistic colonial situation. We have proposed to the United Kingdom a renewed bilateral agenda on the South Atlantic that implies a formal process of dialogue which includes, inter alia, the question related to the resumption of negotiations on sovereignty. We also have expressed our readiness to continue with the task of identifying the remains of ex-combatants in the framework of obligations deriving from international humanitarian law, and with a view to providing a response and solace to families of the soldiers who lost their lives. Unfortunately, the United Kingdom has rejected our proposal. Notwithstanding this, Argentina reiterates its request to the Secretary General that in the framework of his good offices that he redoubles his efforts to bring both parties together and bring them to the negotiating table. The motto of the 2030 Agenda is leave no one behind. May no one lose lose sight of the path towards justice and development. We are convinced that this is a noble goal that applies to individuals and applies to entire peoples. However, please let us not convert this phrase into an empty phrase, into a dead letter. If we do, remorse won't serve anything. It won't be able to repair the ruined lives, the lives without a future, or to return the lost lives. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Argentine Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nayib Armando Bukele, President of the Republic of El Salvador. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nayib Armando Bukele, President of the Republic of El Salvador, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimo señor presidente.
Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, heads of state and government, my wife, Gabriela, my daughter, Laila, distinguished members of the different delegations here with us today, friends watching us on the different platforms, ladies and gentlemen. Since the first time I came to this assembly, I've reminded you of the need to renew and to reinvent ourselves. And I'm not only referring to this organization or to this General Assembly, but rather to all countries, especially those that have similar circumstances to ours. Nor did I say this just because, but rather because I believe it, and because in my country, in El Salvador, this is what we're doing. El Salvador, like other developing countries, has always dreamed of being great. For some countries, this dream at some point became possible. However, for others, like our country, this was always something unthinkable. We didn't believe it was possible, or even that we'd get close. In fact, I think that nobody listening to this speech would have thought that they'd say the name El Salvador, or hear it, and think of a global benchmark or a positive example. However, despite all of the stumbling blocks, we decided to take the risk. We didn't accept the fate that others had decided for us. Now, today, 4 years since my government took office, nobody would even dare to deny that for the first time in its 202 years of history, the smallest country on our continent would have made such great strides forward to achieve this dream of greatness. In such a short amount of time, El Salvador went from being the world murder capital, from being the most dangerous country in the world, to becoming the safest country in Latin America. This isn't a promise anymore. It's the reality that the El Salvadorian people are living through, and anyone from abroad is welcome to go and see it for themselves. Thus, many people in the world are following what's happening in our country, especially in Latin America. However, also in the United States and elsewhere. They're seeing what's happening in El Salvador and wondering why they can't do the same in their country. The answer is clear and simple. They must make their own decisions. They must reaffirm their right to use common sense, to try their own methods, and to implement their own plans, and to design their own systems. No country has the right to impose its ideas, to impose their way of doing things, even less when these things don't even work in our countries. In every single one of the decisions that we've made, we have reaffirmed our legitimate right to govern ourselves, even if this could have meant making a mistake. However, we didn't make a mistake. We were successful. In fact, we had a resounding success. And so, we didn't only reaffirm our right to make our own decisions, but also our right to be right. There's not one single recipe or single formula that works the same for everyone. However, I do believe that there is one ingredient that all recipes should include, or should at least have the right to include, and this ingredient is courage. It's necessary to have the right attitude, the guts, the determination to do what needs to be done, even when other people are questioning you or criticizing you. For decades, we tried everything that we were told was the right thing for us. And it got us fighting a civil war for things that were far removed from us, because the conflict between the West and the Soviet Union was being waged in our country. More than 85,000 people dead, and one destroyed country later. They told us that actually that wasn't the right recipe, but that now there was a new recipe available. And so they made us sign up to some fake peace agreements. There was no peace in them, and the only thing that they did was enable two different gangs to plunder the loot. They tried each different formula and nothing worked. And then, being under foreign powers, the country went to the right, and then later, also under foreign actors, the country went to the left. And that was the situation during the 30-year post-war period, where there were more deaths than during the Civil War, more poverty and more violence. Nobody did anything to change the root causes of the system, nor the institutions, and certainly not the laws either. Everything that happened over those years was done with the support, the consent, and the imposition of those who proclaimed themselves to be the great defenders of human rights and democratic institutionality. Rather than giving us medicine to make us better, in fact, what they were giving us was poison. They claimed that we should continue to do the same as what had been done in the past. They claimed that the same people that had looted our country and killed us should continue to govern, or at least share power. However, this time we told them no. We turned down their poison, and for the first time we tried our own remedy. Thank God it worked. The first thing that we did was to ensure that we had God and the people on board, because no transformation that's worth its while can be done obeying external powers. And secondly, we created our own method, a method that was designed for our own reality, created by those who experienced this reality in our own flesh and blood. Then the El Salvadorian people gave us, vested their trust in us twice through votes, several times, but perhaps these two votes were the most important, and the first of the two votes was when they elected me as their president. The second was when they decided to give us governability. Then we knew that we had an obligation to our people, an obligation to make the decisions required in order to address our most pressing problem, insecurity. We needed to make those decisions. The efforts that were being made to improve health or the economy were pointless if our people continued to be killed. And there was no point in transforming education if the gangs were giving orders in our prisons to murder our children cowardly and forcefully recruit our youth. We couldn't decide to invest millions of dollars in building and improving our road infrastructure if the El Salvadorian people couldn't even walk around the streets. And so we made the decision to purge the judiciary and the prison system, and then we changed laws to ensure that terrorists wouldn't escape out of prison anymore. And it was at that time that international condemnation started. Some countries, some media outlets, and some so-called experts started systematic attacks against us for all of the decisions we were making. People who never used their power or influence to call for security for our people who were being murdered suddenly started to speak against the decisions we were making to stop this massacre. Countries that never condemned the murder of between 30, 40, or even 50 El Salvadorian people per day suddenly started calling for explanations on why we changed the public prosecutor's office, why we changed magistrates or judges. Don't you think that's absurd to question us for that? Who is responsible for the policy for domestic security in any country in the world? Well, the answer is it's the responsibility of the government, the executive, through the state security forces, through the penitentiaries, for the penitentiary system in cooperation with the public prosecutor's office and with the judiciary. This was an indispensable condition for everyone to work together in the same direction for the plan to work. If we had left the same public prosecutor in office, if we had left the same judges in place as before that were being protected by a lot of people, and well, then we would still be the world's murder capital. If we had listened, we would have continued to lose thousands and thousands of El Salvadorian people to terrorists. Thank God we didn't pay any attention to them. Every single one of the decisions that we have made have led us to this point. Today, El Salvador competes with Canada for being the safest country on the continent. We're not only the country in Latin America with the least homicides per capita by a long way, but we have also reduced all crime to a minimum level. People can now walk around the streets that for a long time they weren't able to walk around due to the gangs. Businesses are no longer paying extortion money. Children are now able to go and play in the park without being scared of being recruited or murdered. These are things that a lot of you might take for granted, think are basic, to walk around your streets, but in our country they didn't exist. We have been criticised and condemned for all of the decisions we've made at all times. Intellectuals, journalists, politicians and organisations from across the board have been focused on a debate over what we're doing, and I've come here to tell you that there's no time for this debate anymore, because the decisions that we took were the right ones. We are no longer the world murder capital, and we managed to achieve this in record time. Today, we are a benchmark of security, and nobody can cast doubt on that. The results are there. They are irrefutable. In El Salvador, we did the right thing for El Salvador. And now we benefit from this level of security. We've been able to open up our country to the entire world. In this year alone, we received thousands of athletes at the Central American and Caribbean Games. We are the world epicenter of surf, and we have just signed up to an agreement with Google to digitalize the state and services like education and health. We are receiving more and more tourism, both domestic and from overseas. More and more people are coming to see what we're doing and investing in El Salvador. Many of El Salvadorians abroad that spent years without returning home are now investing in the country and have plans to come home. According to a study carried out last year in 2022 by the International Organization for Migration, a United Nations agency, more than 60% of the El Salvadorian people who live in the United States, there are a lot of El Salvadorians in the United States, plan to return to El Salvador. We know that we still have a lot to do. However, we are on track to achieving our goal of reversing the mass exodus of El Salvadorian people as a result of all of the wrong decisions made in the past and the civil war, and to achieve our dream of having reverse migration for more El Salvadorian people to return than leave the country. And the studies of the very United Nations are already showing this. Within a few months, we will also be hosting Miss Universe. And that is another event that will put us in the eyes of the world and will bring even more tourism and even more investment. In addition to all of this, we are establishing more and better relationships with our allies who want to support us to build our country, to build our dream. And I'm not just saying all of this to boast, although I am very proud of everything that we have achieved. I'm saying this because this is an example of what all countries can achieve when they start to claim their sovereignty. Look at us. We were recognised for violence, and now we're recognised for our landscapes, our waves, and above all, for our courage. Now the world can see our full potential. We have a country full of marvellous things to offer. People who visit us can eat on the beach, can surf world-class waves at the perfect temperature all year. They can have lunch in the mountains and taste the best coffee in the world with volcanoes and beautiful lakes as a backdrop, and they can then have dinner in the capital with all of its modernity, commodities, and with the security that many cities in the first world would like to have. And they can do all of this in just one single day. But the best thing is that they will find in our people a friendly, hard-working people that is always looking to do something new. When they come to our country, they will realize that the El Salvadorian people are proud of being El Salvadorian, something that just a few years ago wasn't the case. El Salvador is being reborn because we dared to challenge ourselves, and we decided that nothing nor anyone should tell us what to do. We are still very far from where we want to arrive. However, we will continue to work hard and make our own decisions so that we can achieve this greatness that we aspire to. We believe that the world also needs to be reborn, but this is the decision of each different people. We in El Salvador are leading by example, laying a path that anyone can take. Thank you very much, and may God bless all of the nations of the world.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of El Salvador for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sadir Saparov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sadir Saparov, President of the
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate the High Representative of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Dennis Francis, on his election as the President of 78th session of the UN General Assembly. I would like to wish you success and fruitful accomplishments in this important position. You can count on the support of Kyrgyzstan during your presidency. I express my gratitude to the President of previous 77th session of UN General Assembly, the representative of Friendly Hungary, Mr. Csaba Kureshi, for his active work and support for his international initiatives of Kyrgyzstan. Ladies and gentlemen, today the world is at a turning point. We are all witnessing and seeing with our own eyes the negative changes in the world order, increasing geostrategic competition between major powers and their blocs. Geopolitical tensions are leading to the fact that the world is moving towards fragmentation into regional, sub-regional, financial, and economic blocs and systems. It is also obvious that the governments of various countries will be compelled or forced to make economic, technological, geopolitical choices. Among the shocks on a global scale that have not become a thing of the past, I would like to note the spread of coronavirus infection, which cost humanity millions of lives and economic losses exceeding 12 trillion US dollars. The world today is experiencing the highest inflation rates and food prices not seen in the last 60 years. The risk of geoeconomic fragmentation, according to the International Monetary Fund, could lead to a drop in global gross domestic product by 7%. The decline in trust between different countries and groups of countries is alarming. However, I am convinced that current global challenges and risks, from climate and crisis and the threat to food security to growing inequality, should, on the contrary, unite all the members of the international community. It is vital to build a multilateral system that does not allow further fragmentation of geopolitical landscape in the world. Were international conditions easier 78 years ago, when the United Nations was just beginning its work after the bloodiest and most destructive war in human history than it is today? Were the contradictions between the countries, especially political and ideological, less acute than in our time? What prevents member states from hearing one another and trying to overcome the differences and establish a dialogue? Over the past years, despite the Iron Curtain and military bloc thinking, the UN has been and remains the most legitimate and commonly recognized platform of diplomacy, uniting developed and developing, large and small countries. Kyrgyzstan strongly supports the UN as the only universal, intergovernmental, international organization mandated by all member states to find solutions to the challenges and threats that constantly arise before humanity. I count on our organization under the leadership of Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres and with effective support of member states to find mechanisms and ways to more effectively perform all its functions and assist member states in solving pressing global issues and overcoming challenges. This is especially crucial in supporting sustainable development through the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. I call on all member states to provide unconditional political support to the organization and its Secretary General at this challenging time. I thank UN Secretary General for presenting the new Agenda for Peace policy brief with his vision for the future of multilateral security cooperation. We agree with the main thesis that the driving force behind the new multilateralism must be diplomacy. We are ready to work closely for a close and active work on a development of future pact during the future summit in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking about Central Asia, I would like to note the following. We, representatives of Central Asian nations that are related and are proud of their millennia-old history and culture, we have a lot in common: traditions and customs. Much brings us together in terms of similarities in mentality, attitude, and the view of the world. The ongoing global processes have a direct impact on the stability and security in our Central Asian region, and on the other hand, they strengthen its role and significance. One of the highest priorities of our country is to strengthen our relations with countries of the region. I note with satisfaction that in recent years, regional cooperation in Central Asia has been developing consistently in all directions. I see our region as a unified geoeconomic space where all forms of economic cooperation, interaction are successfully being formed. I see our region as a geopolitical intermediary through which the interaction and cooperation of members of international community are facilitated. I see our region as actively interacting and dynamically developing communities that share and support similar culture, historical and traditional values and beliefs. Kyrgyzstan intends to contribute to the strengthening of regional cooperation, discover new effective forms of collaboration, and effectively engage with various global centers of influence in both bilateral, multilateral formats. On the path to full regional integration, it is necessary to resolve issues related to legal delineation of state borders. Exactly 1 year ago, speaking from this podium, I, with a heavy heart, informed about the tragic events that occurred in September of the previous year related to the armed clashes on the Kyrgyz-Tajik border, which resulted in numerous casualties. Thanks to restraint of our peace-loving people and the prevailing political will on both sides, we managed to prevent further escalation of conflict and avert a full-scale bloodshed in the region. In this regard, I would like to emphasize that Kyrgyzstan did and will advocate resolving controversial issues exclusively through peaceful diplomatic means based on principles or norms of international law, such as territorial integrity and the non-use of force or the threat of its use. We have never sought to take what belongs to others, but we will not allow anyone to take a single inch of our homeland. We always seek a dialogue and search for mutually acceptable solutions based on trust and mutual respect. Last December, after almost 30 years of negotiations, we signed an agreement with Uzbekistan on legal delineation of the state border. This historic decision, reached thanks to demonstrated political will of the leaders of the two states, has opened the broadest prospects for mutually beneficial cooperation, peace, and peaceful coexistence of the two countries and its people. We maintain the same approach in our current negotiations. We want to live in peace, harmony, and friendship with all neighbors. Speaking of security and stability in Central Asia, it is essential to consider them in the context of the situation in Afghanistan. I consider it extremely important to remind the international community, that the people of Afghanistan are experiencing significant difficulties which are amplified by the lack of coordinated global stance on the situation in this country. It would not be an exaggeration on my part to say that Afghanistan is threatened by humanitarian crisis with its inevitable consequences for the security of not only the surrounding regions, but also for the entire world community. Kyrgyzstan is interested in a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Afghanistan. We call on the international community to continue providing humanitarian economic assistance to Afghan people. Ladies and gentlemen, just yesterday concluded the SDG summit, which once again reaffirmed the importance of unwavering commitment to sustainable development, identifying challenges in their implementation and outlining specific commitments by states. We are halfway to 2030, the deadline for reaching sustainable development goals. Kyrgyzstan, in its pursuit of achieving the sustainable development goals, currently ranks 45th out of 166 UN member states. We aim to be among the top 30 countries in reaching SDGs by 2030. The international community must breathe new life into these goals and strengthen solidarity in their attainment. It's important that we don't get lost in numbers, schedules, diagrams, and other economic intricacies, because the essence and core of the 70 goals are about people themselves. The year 2030 is very close, and we will have to ask ourselves, have the urgent needs and aspirations of humanity been addressed? Is it their security, prosperity, and well-being ensured? Are they happy? What does the future hold? Problems such as extreme poverty and climate change can only be solved by finding a global collective response. As rightly emphasized by the esteemed Secretary General of the UN in his report on financing sustainable development, without the means to invest in sustainable development and carry out transformations in energy and food systems, developing countries are falling behind on the path of achieving sustainable development goals. The current realities are such that developing countries are facing a dual challenge. They need to invest in development while simultaneously adapting to climate change. In this regard, we call for urgent action to implement Addis Ababa Action Agenda on financing for development, specifically for the swift establishment of the fund aimed at providing compensation to countries for losses and damages related to climate change, alleviating the burden of external debt, and improving the international architecture for debt resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, at previous climate change summits and conferences, ambitious statements and promises were made. It is also clear that the level of annual funding announced in 2015 under the Paris Agreement is no longer sufficient anymore. We consider it necessary to revise, significantly increase the level of funding that meets the real needs of countries vulnerable to climate change. Another issue is that a significant portion of the climate financing is provided to low and middle-income countries in the form of loans. There is also no distinction in the loan allocation procedures for projects with a cost of $1 million or $1 billion. This undermines the very essence and purpose of climate agreements. I have already reached out to our partners with a request to exchange external debt for environmental projects. Unfortunately, we have not yet received responses from most of the developed countries. Only the German government agreed to write off 15 million euros of debt. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the German government. We urge donors to reconsider their approach in favor of providing climate financing to countries on grant basis. We support the Bridgetown initiative proposed at the last climate conferences in Sharm el-Sheikh, as well as the calls made at the Summit for New Global Financial Pact in Paris in June this year to mobilize the necessary financing and structural reform of the international financial architecture. If we don't start doing this now, then injustice in the world will grow. Rich countries will continue getting richer, and poor countries will continue getting poorer. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of global change, mountainous regions have been particularly vulnerable. In Kyrgyzstan, mountains occupies about 94% of the territory. Mountain glaciers are the integral part of the Earth's cryosphere, influencing not only the climate of our planet, but also providing habitat for flora and fauna and supplying water to people. Climate change in Central Asia has led to intensive melting of glaciers. If earlier it was predicted that by 2050 the area of glaciers in Kyrgyzstan would be reduced by half, by 2100 they could disappear altogether. Now there is a reason to believe that this will happen much faster. This leads to aggravation of problems throughout the region, such as lack of water for drinking and agriculture, land degradation, and a threat to food security. In accordance with the latest assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the adverse effects of cryospheric changes are particularly acute for the residents of high mountain regions, where ecosystems have reached the limits of adaptation. In order to effectively preserve mountain ecosystems and glaciers, based on the resolutions previously adopted by the UN General Assembly on sustainable mountain development, our country, in collaboration with Global Mountain Partnership and other representatives of the UN system, has developed a global action plan. We are grateful to all partners, countries, and international organizations for their joint work. Kyrgyzstan advocates for the creation of a broad coalition of mountainous countries. We believe that climate adaptation and the transition to green economy will be among the main priorities of the future in coalition. As you may know, in 2022, at the initiative of our country and the Italian Republic, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopted the resolution on sustainable mountain development, co-sponsored by 110 member states. This document declared the years from 2023 to 2027 as 5 years of action for the development of mountain regions. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to all UN member states for supporting our initiative. To further implement the UN resolution, I have signed a decree on declaring the years from 2023 to 2027 as the 5-year period of action for the development of mountain regions in the Kyrgyz Republic, and a national roadmap for the implementation of the 5-year period of action for the development of mountain regions for 2023 to 2027 has been developed, which will also be adopted shortly. The roadmap includes measures at the global, regional, national levels, including within the framework of existing prospective projects and measures related to SDGs. As the concluding stage of the 5-year action, we plan to host the second Global Mountain Summit, Bishkek Plus 25 in Kyrgyzstan in 2027, 25 years after the first summit. I would like to invite everyone from this distinguished rostrum to actively participate and make concrete commitments to preserve mountain ecosystems. We express our gratitude to partners from group of friends of mountainous countries, the Global Mountain Partnership, and the entire UN system for their comprehensive support of Kyrgyzstan's initiatives. We express our readiness to continue fruitful cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, for successful progress in addressing the current challenges and threats, we need to establish an effective system of international security. A key element of this mechanism is the United Nations Security Council. Today, more than ever, it is crucial to enhance its effectiveness in order to make this body fairer, more representative, and to increase its capacity to achieve consensus in decision-making. Progress is needed in negotiations on reform of the UN Security Council. Kyrgyzstan expresses its readiness to make its contribution to the cause of peace and security through effective peacemaking, respect for human rights, and the equal participation of women in peace and peace processes. We also aim to promote, protect the interests of developing small, least developed and small island nations. We have put forward our candidacy for a non-permanent membership in UN Security Council for the 2027-2028 term and count on support from our esteemed member states. It is essential for all of us to adhere to principles such as trust, solidarity, and universality in international relations. Only together can we restore global and regional security architecture. Mr. President, dear friends, speaking about the challenges and issues of today, I would like to quote the words of our outstanding compatriot, Jusup Balasagin, who lived through 1020 to 1075 and gave guidance more than 1200 years ago by saying, "Our world is such that in order to unlock the gates of truth, you must grasp its essence." Nothing has changed since then. It's necessary to perceive the world as it is, in all its diversity and complexity. We, the member of states of the UN, must transform our organization into the center of global efforts to prevent conflicts, reach compromise, do everything possible to establish peace and harmony. The one who walks the path will overcome it. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Santiago Peña Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Santiago Peña Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Presidente de la Asamblea General.
President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished ministers of foreign affairs, my dear wife Leticia, my son Gastolo, Constanza Serenella, ladies and gentlemen, in 1945, the representatives of 51 states, one of them my country, agreed to create the United Nations. Speaking for the first time at this august assembly as President of the Republic of Paraguay, I wish to begin my statement by expressing our gratitude to the United Nations for its work, because since the beginning it has provided a global framework for cooperation between nations to promote peace, human rights, and the well-being of peoples. 78 years later, multilateralism faces very visible challenges in terms of efficacy and legitimacy. In a world of so much wealth, levels of poverty and inequality continue to be stubbornly high, while mass migration due to armed conflicts and a lack of opportunities, international terrorism, transnational crime and geopolitical tensions pose challenges that cooperation mechanisms and governance that have prevailed over the last 8 decades are clearly behind in responding to. The lack of tangible results, inefficacy perceived in multilateral institutions, and difficulties in addressing global problems in an effective manner have led to frustration and have led to an increase in the sense that national interests should prevail over multilateral cooperation. The imposition of certain trends or cultural or ideological approaches is perceived, not wrongly, as interference in sovereignty and in national values that erodes trust and weakens willingness to cooperate in the multilateral sphere. As a result, we are seeing growing levels of distrust between member states that makes cooperation and the willingness to commit to things of common good difficult. The 2008 crisis, the pandemic, and now the conflict in Ukraine have laid bare the weaknesses and the limitations of multilateral institutions in their ability to tackle global challenges and systemic risks. The United Nations, in the last case, and its Security Council have adopted measures whose results, sadly, are far from being encouraging. Despite having suffered the misfortune of 2 unfair wars, one that put us to the edge of extinction as a nation, the spirit and the history of Paraguay compel us to choose dialogue and not force as a mechanism to settle any dispute. And this is shown in the Gondra Convention of 1924, proposed by a distinguished Paraguayan and approved by all Latin American countries unanimously without a single amendment, and its purpose was precisely to avoid and to prevent wars between states in the Americas. Humbly, however, with a sense of conviction, we are all in. We urge for all parties involved in this conflict to immediately put an end to military actions and to avoid further victim and harm. We support peace initiatives driven forward by Brazil, a kindred country and a strategic ally, as well as by Pope Francis, whose moving presence is a source of inspiration for the whole of humanity. There can be no doubt that we need to work to revise and to reform the mechanisms, means and institutional capacities of multilateral organizations in order to avoid new wars like the one that is afflicting Ukraine. However, with or without reforms, we need to put an end to the terrible loss of so many human lives. We must work to strengthen the United Nations in order to build new capacities to enable us to respond effectively and efficiently to the ongoing and changing global challenges. When it comes to the reform and expansion of the Security Council, Paraguay believes that the organic and functional structure of the United Nations should reflect the dynamics of the international stage in a participatory, democratic and equitable manner, as observed in the guiding principles of the Charter, to promote peace, security and prosperity in our countries in equal conditions. In this regard, the government of Paraguay expresses its support to the Republic of China, Taiwan, to become a comprehensive part of the United Nations system. Climate change is a great global challenge, and we must adopt both rigorous as well as fair measures to avoid further damage to the planet and its inhabitants. Trade restrictions based on criteria such as agricultural practices or environmental standards are bringing about discontent and uncertainty, and they are unfair and discriminatory barriers because they seek to extrapolate realities from highly developed regions to developing countries, and they do not take account of their differences, nor do they adequately value the practices to mitigate the environmental effects in these areas. This implies that LDCs should assume responsibility for the environmental damage caused by industrialization in the 19th and 20th centuries when mitigation measures didn't exist, and have the obligation to do this rather at the expense of turning down opportunities for trade expansion, creating jobs and wealth. It is necessary to address these concerns and to promote a more equitable and collaborative approach that takes account of the specific needs and realities of each country in the context of multilateral decisions related to environmental standards. Paraguay has shown the world that we are leaders in hydroelectric energy. We are a clean and sustainable source that meets both our own domestic needs as well as the needs of our neighbours. We have put Paraguay on the map as an example to follow in the transition to a more sustainable world. While other countries are still discussing reducing emissions, we have already taken concrete and effective measures. We are a concrete example of how a nation can use natural resources in a responsible and sustainable manner to promote economic development and at the same time to mitigate climate change. For more than 30 years, we have been adopting sustainable agro-fisheries practices that do not only ensure a prosperous future for our farmers, but also they guarantee the integrity of our land and our water resources. We have acted with a sense of courage and responsibility, basing our public policies on science and on evidence. For years, we were subject to criticism and finger-pointing, unfair finger-pointing. However, today, thanks to the work of several governments, I can certainly tell you that the facts speak for themselves. 44% of Paraguayan territory has conserved its forests. 95% of the legumes and cereals sowed in Paraguay in 2022 are using sustainable technology such as direct sowing and crop rotation. And we've been free from deforestation since 2004 as a result of our zero deforestation policy. This data is a testament to the fact that it is possible to strike a balance between agricultural production and the conservation of our natural resources. And the Paraguayan countryside is ready to enter the most demanding international markets, respecting the principles of clean and sustainable production. However, we will not stop there. Paraguay is also committed to overhauling our natural ecosystems. We're promoting the reforestation and conservation of species, and we have undertaken the National Participatory Plan for Forest Restoration. We have also significantly reduced extreme poverty over the last 2 decades, showing that it is possible to protect our environment while prospering economically at the same time. Paraguay reaffirms its commitment to the values and to the central objectives of the United Nations. We understand our responsibilities. However, they are differentiated, and we are prepared to lead with example on the path to a more sustainable and equitable world. Today, we face 4 global challenges that are causing geopolitical tensions: access to water, food security, energy sufficiency, and the resilience of logistical chains. Because Paraguay is a power on these matters, we are called to be protagonists in the concert of nations. We have the largest global underwater reserves of fresh water, including the Guarani aquifer that we share with our neighbours. Paraguay is a global supplier of food, being one of the few countries in the world that is able to produce food for its population and for 100 million more people around the world. In hydroelectric energy, we are pioneers in regional electricity integration, and today we have decided to move towards even more efficiency and energy sustainability. Paraguay aspires to become the logistical center of the South American bi-ocean road corridor, which turns our geographical central location into an opportunity and strengthens our integration with neighbouring countries and markets in the Pacific. This trade corridor will be a source of renovation and empowerment for Mercosur and the Alliance of the Pacific, promoting cooperation between both blocs. Further, thanks to the Paraguay-Paraná hydroway, this multimodal network will become the most competitive transporter of different products, facilitating the management of river transport. Without a doubt, this will give a fresh impulse to the process of South American integration and will transform the vision to resolve conflicts that may arise. Paraguay is determined to abandon the old image of an island surrounded by land, as described by the Cervantes laureate of Paraguay, Augusto Roa Bastos, and following our historic, geographical and cultural vocation to become the centre of South American integration. One of our main objectives is to contribute to improving regional integration. In this regard, the aquifers, the bi-ocean corridor, hydroelectric power stations, and navigation on our rivers are delicate processes of balance between integration and the sovereignty of our peoples. We are aware that the progress achieved towards integration, that progress has been achieved towards integration. However, we are far from being satisfied, and we are making progress with courage and determination. Latin America is the region of the world with the highest potential for development. However, we will only be able to develop this potential if we respect ourselves, working together and in harmony, and by respecting each other. Since the last century, the 20th century, we have been moving as a country into a process whereby we are building and strengthening our democratic institutions. This year, we renewed this in our country with a transparent electoral process with broad participation from our citizens, where the Paraguayan people expressed their will with a firm democratic vocation and vested their trust in the rule of law. Paraguay today is living through the longest period of democratic coexistence, with more than 35 uninterrupted years of the values of free, participatory and pluralist democracy, convinced that there is no other acceptable system than being unshakable in upholding human rights and liberty. Paraguay, the country of the prose of Augusto Roa Bastos, the universal music of José Asunción Flores, and guitar with its dulcet tones and Ñanduti lace, Berta Roas. This country has a real rhythm that was born in the spirit of the Guarani language. Now, we call this thing Guarania, and it goes around the world. It's a great ambassador for us. My country values peace and sustainable development and integration between peoples, because we are a country that has been reborn from the ashes, following a war of extermination that stunted the early development process of a nation that at the dawn of the Industrial Revolution had already developed one of the first interurban railways of South America. We had shipyards and iron foundries, but above all, we had great human capital and education. Then the massacre in 1870 that annihilated 90% of the male population of Paraguay. The reconstruction process after this was headed up by patriotic compatriots without financial nor technological support, and with a small flow of European migrants that arrived and established themselves in the country despite this bad record. However, as Bernardino Caballero said in his presidential message in 1884, Paraguay has the undeniable merit of having risen from the rubble without having requested support from the outside. We have been steadfast in this, the virtue of the strong, and triumphed, being the maker of our own destiny. It's impossible to not mention the fundamental role of Paraguayan women in their heroic task to rebuild the country. This is not in vain, because Paraguayan women are recognized as the greatest in the Americas, and they are the cornerstone of our nation. With decisive and firm steps forward, Paraguay continues to strengthen its institutionality and its economy. Having been the poorest country in South America for decades, today we are a middle to high income country with high credibility for the international financial markets that are bring us close to the so yearned for investment graduation with high standards for production, certified production in line with international standards, and transparency, especially in macroeconomic stability and fiscal discipline and monetary discipline, in an ongoing effort to improve public management. Dear friends of the international community, Paraguay is stood to attention and is ready to discharge its mission before history. Thus, we are talking about the rise of a giant. However, we are not saying this in an expansionist way or a grandiose way, but rather with a firm conviction of a proud people, proud of its roots and our heroic history, our courageousness, and the profound conviction of our destiny of greatness. Thank you very much.
Thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Zegara, President of the Republic of Peru. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Zegara, President of the Republic of Peru, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas.
Distinguished President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, delegates from the nations of the world. I come from Peru, a country with a long history and vast cultural wealth, which has been the cradle of civilization on the American continent, and whose leadership I assumed with firmness and courage on December 7th, 2022, after a coup d'etat in the midst of a political and social crisis that we were able to overcome within the framework of our Constitution. Today, I have the honor of being the first constitutional female president of the Republic. As my country has existed for 201 years. And today, I lead my country's delegation to the United Nations General Assembly. I am grateful to the international community for its recognition. Peru is once again present on the international stage alongside the peoples of the world. I'm a woman from the provinces. I speak Quechua, and I was born in the heights of the southern Peruvian Andes. And I lead a government that, in accordance with the law and in the face of titanic challenges, both from nature as well as on the international stage, has brought back stability and hope to a country that seeks to achieve economic development along with social justice. I would like to begin this message by paying a tribute to women, to girls, adolescents, and particularly to my sisters in Peru, a well-deserved tribute. Amanda Warmi Makaya Kachunchu. This is what we say in Quechua, which in the rest of the world means no more violence against women. Mr. President, Peru is a country that respects democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and international law. For this reason, Peru actively promotes Latin American integration and is firmly committed to cooperation between countries. Peru promotes peace, and to achieve peace, it is necessary to implement the Charter of the United Nations and to uphold it in all circumstances. For this reason, Mr. President, we defend the principle of respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of all states. Mr. President, as a daughter of the southern Andean region of my country, I have known firsthand the suffering caused by poverty. That is why I'm fully aware that, as we reaffirmed in the political declaration adopted yesterday, eradicating poverty is the greatest challenge facing the world and constitutes an essential pre-requirement for sustainable development. This is the main objective of my government, and it is why we are committed to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. Today, in this forum, I wish to reaffirm Peru's voice so that the international community gives the highest priority to eradicating poverty. It is a commitment on which we cannot and should not give up. In Peru, we're adopting policies to confront not only monetary poverty, but also multidimensional poverty, among other important measures such as access to drinking water and basic sanitation. In the 9 months of my government's existence, we have unblocked more than 100 paralyzed projects in order to provide water to the sisters and brothers in my country. The crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, growing geopolitical tensions, conflicts, and growing food prices are overwhelming our people, and they have slowed down our potential for growth and development. If these trends continue, as Secretary General Antonio Guterres tells us, nearly 600 million people will continue to live in extreme poverty in 2030, and only 1/3 of countries will reach the goal of having their national poverty levels. We cannot accept such a scenario, Mr. President. The time is now. Either we progress together or we all condemn ourselves to failure. United, we will achieve everything. Disunited, we will all lose. And this brings us to the next challenge. Our development agenda has the motto, Manan Pitapas Kipapi Sakispa, which in Quechua means leaving no one behind. However, Mr. President, today, millions of human beings are displaced and on the move, sometimes literally carrying their families and their meager belongings in search of well-being or simply survival in the face of conflict, unemployment, and extreme poverty. The current situation of human mobility must prompt the international community to cooperate on the bilateral, regional, and multilateral levels. Peru has been making enormous efforts in this area, but it is only through international cooperation that we will be able to achieve safe, orderly, and regular migration. Mr. President, health, as we know, is not a problem for a handful of individuals. It is a collective issue. My country was one of the hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, which took the lives of more than 200,000 of our fellow citizens, and which revealed the gaps and shortcomings of our health system. And this year, we have faced resurgencies of the dengue, measles, and polio epidemics, as well as an outbreak of Guillain-Barré syndrome. That is why my government is firmly committed to guaranteeing free and universal healthcare access to all without exception. To achieve this, we are in the process of expanding our national vaccination programs coverage. We are reinforcing health infrastructure and equipment. We have been able to achieve more than 1,900,000 children aged from 2 months to 5 years against polio and measles. And we continue to work tirelessly to unblock hospital projects that had been paralyzed due to apathy and corruption from prior governments. We have also made the prevention and treatment of cancer a national goal, and currently 20 out of Peru's 26 regions have at least one oncological service. It is possible to work and to achieve things as long as the political will is there. In these areas, international cooperation must ensure quality health products and services accessible to all, and especially for developing countries where the gaps are much wider. In Peru, it is with great concern that we observe the growing internationalization of criminal networks fueled by the corruption of past governments, which have undermined the credibility of institutions and democracy, and which are affecting the development and well-being of our citizens. That is why it is crucial to reinforce our common work. We cannot let our guard down against crime, organized crime, and drug trafficking. These problems affect us all, and we must all be part of the solution. Our children and grandchildren are at risk of experiencing the hell that a triple environmental crisis would bring now that we are entering this era of global boiling, as the Secretary General of the United Nations has called it. Climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution put our very existence as humanity at risk. Peru is facing these phenomena with a sense of urgency and determination. At the beginning of the year, heavy rains affected northern Peru, followed by the onslaught of Cyclone Yaku. In the south, droughts have seriously harmed people, agriculture, and livestock, on top of recurring anomalous waves in the Pacific, which prevent the regular operations of our fishing ports. Finally, we have the growing threat of the coastal El Niño phenomenon after the impact of the global El Niño. An action-focused and prevention-focused approach is urgent. Therefore, from this high rostrum, I call for solidarity and international cooperation. For the first time, a government in my country has undertaken a major campaign against the global El Niño phenomenon with an investment of 4 billion soles, that is to say more than $1 billion. We have also joined the early alerts for all initiative presented by the Secretary General, so that by the end of 2027, all the inhabitants of the planet can be protected against meteorological phenomenon. This, ladies and gentlemen, will help save many lives. In addition, Mr. President, allow me to make a proposal for a compact, a commitment to international cooperation and action in order to immediately address the impact of meteorological phenomena such as El Niño, a pact based on solidarity, resilience, and interdependence. Today, it is Peru that is facing El Niño. Tomorrow, nature may affect a different location, but united, as I always say in my country, we can move forward. Let us make this pact, a pact for the world, a pact for life. Developing countries have made progress in reducing carbon emissions, but we continue to be the most affected by climate disasters. Last month, the 8 Amazonian countries held a presidential summit during which we agreed on measures for the conservation and sustainable use of the Amazon, as well as the fight against deforestation and urgent action to avoid a point of no return. Peru presented its vision of an Amazon with a human face. With a human face because the Amazon, which constitutes 61% of Peru's territory, is not just a sanctuary occupied solely by nature. It is in fact home to 5 million Peruvians. It is still possible to limit the increase in global temperature to within 1.5 degrees Celsius, as we agreed in the Paris Agreement. But to do this, bold actions will be necessary. This implies that developed countries not only adopt more ambitious emissions reduction goals, but also that they honor their commitments in terms of technology transfer and climate financing. Today, more than ever, it is urgent to mobilize the $100 billion annually for climate action, in developing countries. in accordance with the commitment that was made, it is also crucial to establish the loss and damage fund as agreed upon at the last conference of the parties. Mr. President, here in this hall, I wish to inform you that the Peruvian presidency has submitted a draft treaty whose goal is to protect the marine environment against plastic pollution. In my country, Mr. President, 48 indigenous languages are spoken, and more than 6 million citizens identify as members of one of the indigenous original peoples of Peru, and more than 800,000 identify as Afro-Peruvian. Promoting the full exercise of their rights is a challenge that we share with many other countries. And we have an essential responsibility to continue seeking their inclusion, their well-being, to continue providing them with quality services, promoting respect for their rights, their cultures, and their languages. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, as we are on the verge of commemorating the bicentennial of our consolidation as an independent republic, Peru reiterates its commitment to continue contributing to peace, development, and the conservation of the environment. This is what we have done during our presence in the Andean community. This is what we are doing within the Pacific Alliance, and this is what we will continue doing next year as president of the APEC Forum. We remain determined in our process of accession to the OECD and our participation in the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity, or APEP, and we have begun talks with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, with a view to being partners in development. I reiterate my invitation to all countries to continue investing in Peru and trusting in Peru. Our country is a country of hope. We await you with clear and transparent rules of the game, with stability and legal security, low inflation, with solid international reserves, and our sole objective is working for the sustained growth of all, but particularly for the most vulnerable. Mr. President, the government of Peru, faithful to its commitment to the United Nations and in line with its Republican tradition, joins with firmness and determination the global goal to strengthen the fight against climate change, to defend peace, democracy, full respect for human rights, international law, sustainable development, and the prosperity to which our people aspire, as it is what is just. Which means, in Quechua, let us work together with one heart, with one thought, and one desire. Long live humanity. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Dennis Francis, Chairperson of the session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Engineer Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of states and government, distinguished representatives of member states, esteemed leaders of the system of the United Nations Organization, distinguished invited guests, Excellencies. I begin my remarks by extending on behalf of the people of Mozambique our heartfelt condolences to the peoples of the sisterly nations of Morocco and Libya for the tragedies that befell these two sister African countries. I take this opportunity to reiterate the Mozambican people and government's gratitude for the unanimous vote for the election of Mozambique as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Our participation at the Security Council has enabled us to share our experience in peace building and national reconciliation, thus contributing towards fostering international peace and security. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, in September 2015 at this very hall, we adopted the Sustainable Development Goals that encapsulate the Agenda 2030. As leaders, we committed on behalf of our peoples the commitment to reduce poverty in 16 key areas and establish a better world for all without leaving no one behind. The progress report that we considered yesterday at the high-level panel shows clearly that the world continues to be faced with various interconnected crises that undermine the delivery of the Agenda 2030. Indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, natural disasters arising from climate change, and armed conflicts, including terrorism and violent extremism, causes millions of people to continue living under poverty without adequate food and without access to education, food, and health services. It is true that the adversities I have referred are a cause for regression in progress that we were making in the implementation of Agenda 2030 since 2015. However, the main reason for lack of success of this agenda remains the absence of trust and solidarity between those who have a lot and those who have little or almost nothing at all. Even among those who have a lot, rather than building trust and solidarity, they spend their resources in investing in a competition fueled by trust. Therefore, I commend Your Excellency Dr. Dennis Francis, chairperson of this session, for the theme you have suggested to us on rebuilding peace, revitalizing global solidarity. It is a critical theme to realize Agenda 2030 on sustainable development towards peace, progress, and prosperity for sustainability of humanity. Your Excellencies, in my statement, I'll try to focus attention on peace and security, counter-terrorism, climate change, energy transition, blue economy, and environmental conservation in tandem with the theme of this General Assembly. On peace and security, various regions of the world grappling with a vicious circle of armed conflicts and instability, particularly in Africa. Thousands of precious lives are lost. The number of refugees and internally displaced persons have increased to more than 50% in the last year, despite multilateral efforts of several peace initiatives at the United Nations Security Council level and regional organization. War in Ukraine and other regions prevail and endanger peace, security, and global economy. My own country, Mozambique, experienced cycle of armed conflicts, sometimes triggered by forces alien to national interests, but its settlement has been possible only based on constructive dialogue founded on trust and mutual respect. That is how we adopted the new Provincial Decentralization Act, now under implementation, and in August 2019, we signed the Peace and Reconciliation Accord, also known as Maputo Accord. In June this year, we closed the last camp of Renamo, a formerly armed opposition party, marking the conclusion of the disarmament and demobilization phase. The crucial phase that follows is the reintegration of ex-combatants into the society, including payment of pensions, although not provided for by law. I would like to express our gratitude as this process counts on the support of the United Nations and other multilateral and bilateral partners. Terrorists, Excellencies, while we seek to close one chapter of the peace and national reconciliation process, Mozambique is confronted by the nefarious phenomenon of terrorism, particularly in Cabo Delgado province in the north of the country. In March this year, during Mozambique's rotational chairpersonship of the Security Council, we had the opportunity to share at length our experience of countering terrorism. On one hand, our strategy focuses on strengthening combat operations by the Mozambican Defense and Security Forces with an initial support of the Rwandan contingent and SADC multilateral force, also named SAMIM. We have been achieving tangible success on the ground, though terrorists continue to create terror and fear in sporadic way in isolated villages. With the improvement of safety and tranquility, populations have been returning in large numbers to their home areas, resuming their normal life. This is a pioneer experience of combining bilateral and multilateral interventions. It is also an example of solution of African problems, first by the Africans themselves. However, the issue arising is the need for a substantial support to these countries that, in a direct manner, countering terrorism with us in Mozambique in order to render the ongoing operation sustainable. At this juncture, the challenge is reconstruction of infrastructures and consolidation of social cohesion, whose actions are undertaken within the framework of Northern Region Resilience and Integrated Development Program, PREDIM, which counts on the support of partners. We would also like to appeal for your solidarity in this other component of countering terrorism. Climate change. Climate change constitutes the main crisis of mankind of this century. This is not a new discovery. Therefore, many species around this subject almost repeat themselves. For a number of decades ago, scientific evidence shows that our planet is at the eve of climate catastrophe. However, despite this evidence and commitments assumed yearly during various conferences on climate change, the situation has been aggravating. The same applies to conflicts. The cause for climate change is lack of confidence or trust, solidarity associated with selfishness of some countries. Countries that pollute. The enriching of these countries is costing the price of disgrace for countries that contribute less with pollution that coincidentally are the poorest country. As a consequence, heat waves, cyclones, floods, droughts, earthquakes, the rise of the sea level, uncontrolled fire, and other extreme phenomena have become increasingly frequent all over the globe. In the case of Mozambique, due to its geographic location, the country suffers cyclical of the devastating impact of natural disasters. The largest cyclones, Idai, Kenneth, and Freddie, caused hundreds of losses of life, highly costly damages, and losses to the tune of billions of dollars. So far, we have not yet been able to recover just 1/3 of damages recorded. However, support from partners have been well below the pledges and beyond the requirements. In many cases, when these assistance comes, partners have preferred to manage the funds outside agreed mechanisms with the government, causing overlaps in areas of programs which have little impact on the communities. As a consequence, substantial portion of funds are spent in capacity building, conferences, bureaucratic issues, rather than allocating funds to affected people, which once again shows lack of trust and solidarity. As a way of mitigating the suffering of the people, we have been promoting domestic solutions towards consolidating a disaster management system with the involvement of public, private stakeholders, civil society, and local communities, focusing on prevention and adaptation. This way, we have managed to reduce the impact of natural disasters, a fact that has merited the recognition of Mozambique at SADC, African Union, and UN agencies. Mr. President, Excellencies, energy transition. Energy transition is a global imperative aimed at building more resilient and sustainable societies. However, we advocate that energy transition should be fair and must work as a launchpad to enable poor countries to find a window of opportunity in the diversification of the energy mix in order to consolidate their economic base. Energy transition requires large investments in power generation projects from clean sources. Once again, we invite the most industrialized countries to be to show more solidarity by implementing their climate fund commitments. Mozambique is a regional reference for the diversity of its energy matrix that includes hydropower dams, in particular Kawarabasa, solar power stations, and wind power stations, and construction works for Mpanda Ukua are now underway. Last year, Mozambique joined the group of liquefied natural gas producing and exporting countries, an important step towards accelerating energy transition. Currently, the energy sector is dominated by hydropower, with a capacity of 2,172 megawatts, solar with 95 megawatts, gas 441 megawatts, and diesel with 120 megawatts, with the possibility of operations of Temane Thermal Power Station over the last quarter of 2024, with the capacity of 450 megawatts, and with a longer maturity cycle, the new Mpanda Nkua hydropower station with a capacity of 1,500 megawatts to be generated by 2030. Likewise, Mozambique bets on the development of blue economy to optimize resources from the extensive exclusive economic zone along the coastline of 2,700 kilometers. Environment conservation. We are also a country with a robust environmental legislation that features major international conventions, including the Paris Agreement, the Convention on the Protection of Endangered Species sites, among others. Within the framework of the nationally determined commitment NCD in 2021, Mozambique became the first African country to receive payments from the World Bank Fund for reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. Last year, we launched regional initiative on the sustainable management of the Miyombo forest that culminated with the adoption of the Maputo Declaration, which was endorsed by 11 SADC member states. Miyombo woodland is the largest tropical forest ecosystem of the world, where three species are predominant, which covers more than 2,574 kilometers along the Great Zambezi Basin across 8 countries of Southern Africa. Under this initiative, which intends to project nature, we count on the support of bilateral and multilateral partners in conservation of the Miyombo forest that can largely contribute to capture carbon on the planet. Excellencies, the challenges currently faced by humanity are huge. However, solutions are within our reach. We, the leaders present here, have the historic responsibility of saving the planet for the benefit of future generations. The priority areas requiring urgent actions are clearly identified with the matrix of already defined solutions, of which we highlight 3. First, we need to renew the political will and redouble efforts to accelerate the achievement of targets of Agenda 2030. We do not need to come up with analytical speeches. The most important is action by all of us with vigor and using available resources. Secondly, we have to intensify integrated policies with concrete actions to eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, preserve nature by empowering women, the youth, and other vulnerable groups. Thirdly, we must strengthen international partnership and multilateralism, taking the United Nations system as a basis. However, 78 years later, the world has experienced profound transformation that require deep reforms. I conclude by appealing for the existence of a more inclusive international financial system that is guided by transparent rules and mutually beneficial rules, where Africa participates as a partner that has a lot to offer to the world and not only a warehouse that supplies cheap commodities to countries or international multinationals, corporations that dominate the international market. To achieve this, we need to retrieve trust and mutual respect between states, which are the sacred principles of the United Nations Charter. Only with trust and mutual respect and solidarity we can build a better world of peace, safe and sustainable that deliver welfare for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Mozambique for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, President of the Republic of Panama. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, President of the Republic of Panama, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Su Excelencia.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your Excellency, Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. I'm delighted to be here before you at this assembly that gathers us with a view to finding more effective ways of addressing the pressing problems of global society. The Republic of Panama, as a founding member of this organization, reiterates its firm commitment to the search for solutions based on dialogue and on mutual respect that contribute to the maintenance of international peace and security, which are essential for the development and well-being of humanity. Panama is the bridge of the world. It is a crossroads at the center of the Americas, where all roads converge, thanks to our exceptional air and maritime connectivity, which is the best in Latin America and the Caribbean. Furthermore, the Republic of Panama is committed to achieving the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and they are included within the government plan of my administration. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 50 months that we have been in office, our government has focused on public policies that allow us to address the huge challenge, laying the foundations to reduce poverty and inequality in order to provide the most disadvantaged populations an opportunity to achieve the social and economic conditions that enable them to live decently. Making headway in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is an inescapable responsibility that compels us to pay attention to the cause and effect relationship between them. We must ask ourselves, how does the climate crisis have an impact on the 3 first Sustainable Development Goals? Can we really end poverty, achieve zero hunger, and health and well-being in the midst of this serious drought that is afflicting the planet, as well as the floods and the devastating fires that are razing huge areas of land and the rise in sea levels? Let us think about the conclusions of the IPCC report that warns us of an escalation of changes to the climate system, unprecedented escalations that are leading us to extreme situations that pose a grave threat to the survival of life on Earth. The climate crisis is a ticking time bomb, and time is running out for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the commitment of Panama to human existence is something that has been shown and demonstrated with the decisions that we have made and the consequential actions that we have engaged in. We are a country with huge water resources. Our coasts are bathed by 2 huge oceans, and this makes us particularly aware of the importance of water for our population and for life on Earth. Panama has made extraordinary efforts to preserve our seas, achieving the goal of 30% protected 9 years before 2030, and we have even increased it to 54% this year. Panama, and this is not rhetoric, but rather we have done this with facts, with actions, has become a blue leader. And I can also tell you that Panama is one of the 7 countries in the world that has been declared to be carbon negative. Ladies and gentlemen, in Panama we have established a carbon footprint reduction program with a national green hydrogen and derivatives strategy. Furthermore, since we have been in office in Panama, we have brought in an ambitious energy transition agenda with the goal being to find and to develop accessible energy that is not polluting in order to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by at least 24% for 2050. Panama is one of the 15 countries in the world that is most exposed to climate risks and natural risks. In fact, we have already seen in our country the first case of climate displacement when we had to relocate the population of the Karti Sugdub island due to rising sea levels. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to reaffirm on behalf of the Republic of Panama that the Panamanian people successfully rose to the task of the Panama Canal operation in 1999, and we increased its capacity in 2016. I wish to express to the nations of the world that Panama is committed to continuing to operate the canal in a safe, efficient, reliable, and competitive manner, as we have done so far. And we have done this very well. Ladies and gentlemen, Panama, as a country that makes effective contributions to environmental protection, asks the most polluting countries here at this General Assembly to respect the commitments made to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We have also seen on repeated occasions at the General Assembly and at the meetings of the Conference of the Parties, the COPs, the United Nations COPs, that countries commit to making changes that later are not delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, human development is the greatest priority and provides populations opportunities for a more decent life within their own countries. That way, they wouldn't have to abandon their countries and embark on irregular emigration, exposing themselves to human rights violations and often losing their own lives. In this regard, the problem of irregular migration must be addressed multilaterally, with a focus on the respect for human rights and under the principles of solidarity and shared responsibility, with the aspiration being to safeguard the integrity of human life in a safe and orderly manner. Panama is working actively in collaboration with several countries in the region to implement programs to improve care and protection for irregular migrants who enter our country over the border with Colombia, crossing the dangerous Darien jungle, which is the largest natural park in the whole of Central America. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is making colossal efforts to provide solidarity to these irregular migrants, whose number is increasing every year. And this is forcing Panama to allocate significant resources to humanitarian aid. This is an unsustainable situation. It's not something we asked for, it's inhumane and is a painful humanitarian tragedy. We are seeing suffering and death for thousands, hundreds of thousands of migrants who are embarking on this perilous journey. I wish to reiterate to you that this situation is not sustainable. It is a situation that we are victim to and that we are not responsible for. I launch an appeal to the international community to address in its full magnitude the issue of irregular migration that today is not only concentrated in the Mediterranean, but rather it is a global issue. And the fact is that the Panamanian people currently are being directly affected by it. Ladies and gentlemen, today we reiterate the appeal for dialogue, for peace, and for multilateralism, with respect for international law and for the principles that underpin it, without anything that goes against the well-being of peoples. In many ways, we are in a race against the clock for human survival, and that is the raison d'etre of this organization that gathers us today, and its actions largely depend on the steps that we take vis-à-vis the future as a global community. Today, as the Panamanian head of state, I wish to express to all of you that Panama wants for the whole world what we want for our own people. That is peace, well-being, justice, and development. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
on behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Panama for the statement he just made, and I ask Protocol to please escort His Excellency.
l'Assemblée va entendre la...
The General Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor of welcoming His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I invite him to take the floor.
Mr. President, Head of State and Government, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the people of Nigeria, I congratulate you on your well-deserved election as the President of this session of the United Nations General Assembly. We commend your predecessor, His Excellency Chaba Korochi, for his able stewardship of the Assembly also. We also commend His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his work seeking to forge solutions to humanity's common challenges. This is my first address before the General Assembly. Permit me to say a few words on behalf of Nigeria, my country, on behalf of Africa, my continent, regarding this year's theme. Many proclamations have been made, yet our troubles remain close at hand. Failures in good governance have hindered Africa, but broken promises, unfair treatment, and outright exploitation from abroad have also exerted a heavy toll on our ability to progress. Given this long history, if this year's theme is to mean anything at all, it must mean something special and particular to Africa. In the aftermath of the Second World War, nations gathered in an attempt to rebuild their war-torn societies. A new global system was born.
And this great body, the United Nations, was established as a symbol and protector of the aspiration and the finest ideas of humankind. Nations saw that it was in their own interest to help others exceed the rubbles and wasteland of war. Reliable and significant assistance allowed countries emaciated by war to grow into a strong and productive society. The period was a high water mark for trust in global institutions and the belief that humanity had learned the necessary lessons to move forward in global solidarity and harmony. Today, for several decades, Africa has been asking for the same level of political commitment and devotion of resource that described the Marshall Plan. We realize that underlying conditions and causes of economic challenges facing today's Africa are significantly different from those of post-war Europe. We are not asking for identical programs and actions. What we seek is an equal, firm commitment to partnership. We seek enhanced international cooperation with African nations to achieve the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals. There are 5 points I want to highlight. First, if this year's theme is to have any importance at all and any impact, global institutions, other nations, and their private sector actors must see Africa as a development priority, not just for Africa, but in the interest of us all as well. Due to both long-standing internal and external factors, Nigerians and Africans' economic structures have been skewed to impede development, industrial expansion, job creation, and the equitable distribution of wealth. If Nigeria is to fulfill its duty to its people, I know, and the rest of Africa, we must create jobs and the belief in a better future for our people. We are pushing for that. We must also lead by example, and we are doing so, to foster economic growth and investors' confidence in Nigeria, and remove the costly and corrupt fuel subsidy while also discarding a noxious exchange rate system in my first few days in office. Other growth and job-oriented firms are in the wings. I'm mindful of the transient hardship that reform can cause. However, it is necessary to go through this phase in order to establish a foundation for durable growth and investment to build the economy our people deserve. We welcome partnerships with those who not mind seeing Nigeria and Africa assume larger roles in the global community. The question is not whether Nigeria is open for business. The question is how much of the world is truly open to doing business with Nigeria, and how Africa is an equal, mutually beneficial manner. Direct investment in critical industries, opening airports to a wider range and larger quantity of African exports, and meaningful debt relief are important aspects of the cooperation we seek. Second,
we must affirm democratic governance as the best guarantor of sovereign will and well-being of the people. Military coups are wrong, as in any titled civilian political arrangement that is, will perpetuate injustice. The wave-crossing part of Africa does not demonstrate favor towards coup. It is a demand for solution to perennial problem. Let us dig it deeper. Regarding Niger, we are negotiating with the military leaders. As chairman of ECOWAS, I seek to help establish democratic governance in a manner that addresses the political economy challenges confronting that nation, including violent extremists who seek to foment instability in our region. I extend a hand of friendship to all of you who may genuinely support this mission for a democratic governance in that nation. This brings me to my third crucial point. Our entire region is locked in protracted battle against violent extremists. And the turmoil, a dark channel of inhuman commerce has formed. Along the route, everything is for sale. Men, women, and children are seen as chattel. Yet, thousands reach the Sahara, hot and sand, and the Mediterranean cold depths in search of a better life. At the same time, mercenaries and extremists with their lethal weapons and vile ideologies invade our region from the north. This harmful traffic undermines the peace and stability of the entire region. African nation will improve our economics so that our people do not risk their life to sweep the floors and streets of other nations. We also shall devote ourselves to disbanding extremist groups on our turf. Yet, to fully contain this threat, the international community must strengthen its commitment to arrest the flow of arms and violent people into West Africa. The fourth important aspect of this global trust and solidarity is to secure the continent's mineral-rich areas from plundering and conflicts. Many such areas have become catacombs of misery and exploitation. The Democratic Republic of Congo has suffered this for decades, despite the strong UN presence there. What happened? The world economy owes the Republic of Congo much, but gives her very little. The mayhem visited on resource-rich areas does not respect national boundaries. Sudan, Mali, Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, and the list grow on and on and on. The problem also knocks at Nigeria's door. Foreign entities are baited by local criminals who aspire to be petty warlords have drafted thousands of people into servitude to illegally mine gold and other resources. Billions of dollars meant to improve the nation's economy now fuel violent enterprises. If left unchecked, they will threaten peace and place national security at a grave danger. Given the extent of this injustice and the high scales involved, many Africans are asking whether the phenomenon is by accident or by design. Members' nations must reply by working with us to deter their farms and nationals from the 21st century pillage of continent riches. Fifth, climate change severely impacts Nigeria and Africa. Northern Nigeria is honored by desert encroachment, hounded from the north. All are arable lands. Our south is pounded by the rising tide of coastal flooding and erosion. In the middle, the rainy season brings flood that kill and displace multitudes. As I lament death at home, I also lament the grave loss of life in Morocco and Libya. The Nigerian people are with you. Please note that. African nations will fight climate change, but must do so on fair and just terms. To achieve the need popular consensus, this campaign must accord with overall economic efforts. In Nigeria, we shall build political consensus by highlighting remedial actions which also promote economic good. Projects such as Green Wall to stop desert encroachment, halting the destruction of our forests by mass production and distribution of gas burning stoves, and providing employment in local water management and irrigation projects are examples of efforts that equally advance both economic and climate change objectives. Continental efforts regarding climate change will register important features if established economies were more forthcoming with public and private sector investment for African preferred initiatives. Again, this will go far in demonstrating that global solidarity is real and working. As I'm about to close, let me emphasize Nigeria's objective accord with the guiding principles of this world body: peace, security, human rights, and development. In fundamental ways, nature has been kind to Africa, given abundant land, resources, and creative and industrious people. Yet, man has too often been unkind to a fellow man, and this sad tendency has brought sustained hardship to Africa's doorstep. To keep faith with the tenets of this world to this body and the theme of this year's assembly, the poverty of nations must end. The pillage of one nation's resources by overreach of farms and people of stronger nations must end. The will of the people must be respected. This beautiful, generous, and forgiving planet must be protected. As for Africa, we seek to be neither appendage nor patron. We do not wish to replace old shackles with new ones. Instead,
We hope to walk the rich African soil and live under the magnificent African sky, free of the wrongs of the past and clear of the associated encumbrances. We desire a beautiful, prosperous, vibrant, democratic living space for our people, where we do it. To the rest of the world, I say, work with us as true friends and partners. Africa is not a problem to be avoided, nor is it to be pitied. Africa is nothing less than the key to the world's future. I thank you for listening.
De l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of Nigeria for his statement, and I ask protocol to please escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address from His Excellency Mr. Luis Lacalle Pou, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. I ask protocol to please escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
on behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Mr. Luis Lacalle Pou, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay, and to invite him to address the Assembly. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My greetings to the President of the General Assembly, which are also extended to the United Nations Secretary General, to the heads of state and government, to official delegations, and to this organisation that has worked so much to hold this Assembly today. Today, once again, I am here speaking on behalf of my country. I am here speaking on behalf of my compatriots. We have come here to this forum where more than 190 representatives come to deliver their message from different cultures, different governments, different ideologies, different social situations, different economic, climatic, and geographical situations. However, the fact that all of us are here means that somewhat a long time ago we agreed to work together to achieve the same rights, obligations, and principles. On international law with not much coercive power, where often the same bar is not applied to the larger countries than is applied to smaller ones. We are back here at the Assembly with a positive vision, an optimistic vision of humanity. However, we objectively must say we live in a better world because, of course, nevertheless, we still have challenges to overcome. We are convinced that globalization, ICT, artificial intelligence, real-time communication, all of these things are tools that help for integration and development for our people. Of course, if these tools are used well. We are seeing a growing responsibility of global leaders. Earlier, I heard the United Nations Secretary General emphasize this matter. We are living in a world of a lot of words without actions. We're here. A global leader can bring about consequences with just his words, an international conflict, banking matters, etc., etc. Uruguay has come here to this assembly with a full, stable democracy. with full respect for institutions and the law, which is an historic tradition in our country. And despite the pandemic, despite the Russian invasion, despite different climatic factors, our country's economy has recovered to what it was before the pandemic. Employment has improved, unemployment has decreased. We have historic public investment in infrastructure, and significant direct foreign investment has been received, and a lot has been invested in our country, which shows the significant amount of trust. Our public finances are in good order. Inflation is at an 18-year low. Taxes have been able to be decreased, and at the same time we have undertaken reforms that had been urgent for a long time, such as educational reform and reform to social security. The Uruguayan people have a responsible sense of freedom. Today, when I was writing some of my speech, I remembered what I said here in September 2021. The end of my speech said that the pandemic had reminded us that all of us were one. And for this reason, we are all one. And so, based on that, I wish to refer to the responsible freedom, international responsible freedom, liberty. It is clear that our well-being as countries, our independent countries, is intrinsically linked to the common good. We need to be aware of this, accept it, and act as a result. Since early on, a lot of heads of states here have referred to the environment. I belong to a country that was classified and given the name Natural Uruguay a few years ago. Renewable energies in our country represent more than 90%. We have significant reforestation. We have sustainable production processes. And I could continue with a long list that underpins this concept of natural Uruguay. After many years of statements and commitments made, the international community really understood that the economy and the environment were intrinsically linked to one another. Uruguay, a few months ago, issued a sustainable bond that is based on prizes and punishments, penalties, depending on the level of compliance with the Paris Agreement. And here I wish to draw your attention to the fact that we are convinced, we understand that this system of benefits and penalties should be applied to international loans, for example, market access, quotas, and tariffs. It is not just our vocation to punish lack of compliance, but rather to reward those who engage in processes that are environmentally friendly and that are sustainable. In this way, just like it is when we are children, there are incentives to improve. And this would mean that nations would make more efforts in their domestic economies and also globally. In this same vein, I wish to share a situation that my country is going through with you, and I'm sure your nations are probably going through the same thing. I think we can call this the sin of doing things well. And what am I talking about when I talk about this sin of doing things well? Well, my country has achieved a level of significant human and economic development. And thanks to reaching these standards, often we do not benefit from systems of cooperation, from preferences, for example, instruments for international trade support. And of course, I would be remiss not to share the spirit with which these mechanisms were created, but I do think that we need to take a fresh look at them, because often countries grow and then they lose access to these conditions. I wish to make it clear that Uruguay is not coming here to beg or make exaggerated claims. However, simply what I was referring to, responsible international liberty, I think that it's necessary to act with justice. If we do things well, we should act as a consequence of this, and this means nothing less and nothing more than improving access to opportunities. Just to wrap up, because I know you've had a long day, I wish once again here at this forum, like others have done, to firmly condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine and express our solidarity to the Ukrainian people. Further, I wish to agree with the Secretary General, the United Nations Secretary General, and raise our voice against authoritarian populism that are bringing impoverishment to their peoples, violating human rights, and condemning current and future generations. Once again, perhaps here we should engage in a mea culpa, because often the absence of a robust and effective reaction from the international community has led to us not avoiding these types of situations. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
on behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Uruguay, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Petr Pavel, President of Czechia. I ask protocol to escort His Excellency.
au nom de l'Assemblée générale, j'ai l'honneur de souhaiter.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and a humbling experience to address this distinguished audience for the first time. This forum carries a great responsibility for the shape of humanity's future. First and foremost, I see my address as an opportunity to present a view of how we can coexist and cooperate as nations and global citizens. Czechia aims to play a proactive role and responsible role within the global community. No one can cope with the current global challenges alone. That is why we strongly support the reform proposed by the UN Secretary General in our common agenda. We want to work together on a more effective and inclusive multilateral system that is able to address the needs that we face. This is why Czechia announced its candidacy for non-permanent membership of the Security Council for the term 2032-33. Last year, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, one of the founding nations of this organization, blatantly violated the fundamental principles the UN stands upon. The Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine continues to constitute a manifest violation of the UN Charter and international law we all subscribe to. My country has its own experience with wars and interventions, including decades-long military occupation imposed by Moscow. It taught us what it means when might makes right. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has come at an even higher cost. I personally visited Ukraine in April this year. My wife had this opportunity to visit a war-torn country only 2 weeks ago. I saw the infamous crime scenes of Bucha and Borodyanka. I found myself in Dnipro region, only a few miles away from the front line, in the area ravaged by war fighting. The account of Russia's atrocities, human rights violations, and ferocious attacks against the innocent civilian population is overwhelming. Children forcibly separated from their families, deported for re-education in order to make them forget their culture and who they are. Entire towns and villages wiped out for no reason. Mass graves and torture chambers in which people just disappear. Sadly, the evidence tells the story better than any statement. The list of stories full of horror is endless. Yet we cannot just passively observe it. This must end. Russia must unconditionally withdraw all troops from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Russia's leaders must be held accountable for the crime of aggression against its neighbor. This is why we have extended our support to the establishment of a special tribunal to prosecute the crime of aggression against Ukraine. It is our duty to ensure that those responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity are held accountable. Apart from violence, injustice, and suffering of civilians, every war also brings destruction. Reconstruction of Ukraine may be the largest rebuilding effort in modern history. We support establishing the register of damage caused by Russian military, and we call on all states to join these efforts. Czechia will support Ukraine in its defense as long as necessary. From day one, we have stood by Ukraine's side and provided the defenders with weapons and ammunition. With the outburst of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, Czechia has also stepped up its support for Russian and Belarusian pro-democratic voices, and Prague has become an important hub for journalists and human rights defenders in need. For over 18 months, Czechia has been providing humanitarian assistance to the war-affected Ukrainian population. Per capita, my country has received more Ukrainian refugees than anybody else, mostly women and children. What Ukrainian people truly deserve is peace. Not just any end of hostilities, but just and durable peace. If it is to be sustainable, it cannot be based on an unjust compromise or conditions imposed by the conqueror. Neither shall it leave hopes for Russia to fulfill its imperial ambitions. It must be peace on terms of the defender and not the aggressor, as early today stated President of Ukraine, Zeleensky. Don't forget, the damaging impacts of Russia's aggression are felt across the world. Russia's blockade of Ukrainian ports and destruction of infrastructure and grain continues to weaponize global food security in the most reckless and cynical way. Let me be very clear. Ukraine's security is our own security. From Africa to Europe, to Latin America, to Asia. I call on leaders of the free world to keep the unity and support of Ukraine. Mr. President, the threats we face are global and interconnected. Because of Russia and a handful of other countries, our world is more dangerous and rougher. Instead of cultivating cooperative security, we have to build up our militaries. Instead of boosting social cohesion programs and overcoming economic insecurity, we have to boost our defense budgets. Those who contest the international rules steer the wheel of global security backwards into confrontation, and sooner or later at the expense of all of us. Russia's reckless threats to use nuclear weapons, its policy of coercion and intimidation represent a threat to balance and integrity of the whole system of non-proliferation. The announced stationing of nuclear weapons in Belarus is a further irresponsible escalation Czechia condemns in the strongest terms. Unfortunately, Russia's fingerprints can be found in several other current crises. Mr. President, the security, humanitarian and political crises unfolding in Sahel region are more than worrisome. The international community must try to find a way to end the series of military coups and ensure a return to constitutional order. This is the only way countries can effectively protect themselves against terrorism. It is the only way the much-needed economic and social development called for by African people can take place. The region remains vulnerable to numerous political, economic, and climate risks. Its long-term stability, security, and prosperity is crucial. We must offer genuine, pragmatic partnerships. Some countries pretend to be willing to help. In reality, they create economic and political dependencies. These undermine the long-term stability and manipulate the free will of people by spreading lies and disinformation. In Asia and Pacific, Czechia is an active and reliable ally and partner. The word cooperation must remain key for our joint efforts in the region. We deplore China's military actions which raise tensions in the Taiwan Strait and its unfriendly actions against partners in the South China Sea. Any dispute or contagious issue must be solved peacefully. Any potential armed conflict in the region would have negative consequences for the whole world. In North Korea and Iran, reckless escalation of nuclear or intercontinental ballistic missile activities combined with a lack of transparency threaten international and regional security. The same applies to any material support to Russia's military aggression in Ukraine. It is clear that such supplies only aggravate the suffering of the Ukrainian civilian population. The Middle East remains the world's most volatile region, troubled by spread of conflicts, terrorism, and sectarian violence. Efforts to normalize the relations between Israel and its Arab neighbors bring positive steps towards stability and peace in the region. Mr. President, our efforts to maintain peace and security are closely linked with our ability to promote human well-being and sustainable development of our societies. One may ask how a country of 10+ million people can contribute to global ambitions. Having our own national experience with oppression, fundamental rights and freedoms are deeply embedded in our value system and foreign policy. Czechia strives to pursue an active human rights and democracy policy. We are a staunch supporter of international human rights mechanisms. Currently, we are proud to serve as the presidency of the UN Human Rights Council. More than ever, we have to support media freedom to enable access to independent and factual information. Without it, disinformation and propaganda will prevail. Mr. President, the Sustainable Development Goals Summit yesterday sent a strong message of urgency and determination. The 2030 Agenda is a promise to current and future generations which we have to keep. There is an urgent need to highlight the link between peace, security, climate, environment and development on one hand, and human rights, justice and strong institutions on the other. In the latest SDGs index, Czechia is ranked as the 8th most advanced country in the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and its SDGs. Yet we also face many challenges and we need to step up our efforts. Climate change remains the single most destructive threat to the current and future existence and well-being of all humankind. It threatens our lives, livelihoods, food security, prosperity, and ultimately peace and security worldwide. Czechs devote a lot of attention to this issue. It is no coincidence that it was under the Czech presidency of the Council of the European Union last year that we finalized crucial legislation which shows the path towards the green transition of our industry. 30 years after the end of the Cold War, we are witnessing efforts of authoritarian regimes to redefine core principles of multilateral order. Malign actors use cyberspace, disinformation, economic, political, and other tools to disrupt democratic processes, to undermine our institutions, and to weaken our security. The challenges we face today are significant, and it is apparent that only collective action can ensure a safe and prosperous future for all. In this respect, Czechia recognizes its global responsibility and remains committed to ensuring that no one is left behind. I personally commit to work with the international community to fulfill urgent work that must be done. All the best to you, and thank you for your attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
on behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Czechia for the statement just delivered, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Sir Angel Whips, President of the Republic of Palau. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sir Angel Whips, President of the Republic of Palau, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
President Dennis Francis, Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ali, and warm greetings from the people of Palau. President Francis, congratulations on your election. As a fellow islander, you are well aware and acquainted with the common challenges that SIDS face, from economic resilience and climate change to financing and security. We all look forward to working with you over the next year to meet these challenges. Secretary General Gutierrez, we thank you again for your tireless efforts and advocacy for a more secure, prosperous, and sustainable world, which is our ultimate goal and what brings us here today. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is a universal call to action. As a small island developing state, Palau faces economic challenges related to our small population. We are vulnerable to climate change, and we struggle with the high cost of imported foods and goods, and face infrastructure challenges due to our remote location. These shared issues highlight the unique challenges faced by SIDS in our pursuit of sustainable development and a better life for our people. Mr. President, like other SIDS, Palau is working to build a diverse and resilient economy. We are looking to the digital world, which doesn't rely on land mass, but on our determination to succeed. The new perspective is born out of a harsh lesson learned when Punchit started coming about 7 years ago. In 2016, Palau's economy, heavily dependent on tourism, had a significant downturn. When first, in 1 year, we lost 13% of our tourism. And by 2019, these numbers had dropped by 47%. And in fact, when COVID-19 hit and in 2021, that number had reduced to 3,400 visitors, or we lost 98% of our tourism numbers since 2015. Mr. President, I share these figures to underscore the susceptibility of external influences and the profound impact they have on our national economy. Already suffering from the drop in tourism, Palau was hit hard by the worldwide delay of goods caused by the pandemic. Factories shut down and logistical challenges led to delays in the delivery of equipment and supplies. Prices soared, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine further aggravated the situation, causing gas prices to skyrocket. The economic downturn experienced by Palau underscores the interconnectedness of our global community. If tourism challenges and COVID-19 were the 1-2 punch, the inflated cost of goods could have very well knocked us out. Luckily, we had the help and support of partners. The invasion of Ukraine by Russia, although geographically distant, had a ripple effect that led to high inflation and prices in Palau. This situation raises the importance of security and how destabilizing conflict can be to world order. There are Palauans today who survived a war that was not of their own making, only to suffer the ripple effects of another. Current events serve as a stark reminder of the urgent need for peace and stability worldwide. We unequivocally condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine and call for an immediate cessation of hostilities. Similarly, we urge the United Nations and all parties involved in the Taiwan Straits to exercise restraint and seek a peaceful resolution to reduce tensions. The well-being and prosperity of nations and their economies are intrinsically linked to global peace and stability. For the last 2 years, we have been striving to build a resilient economy amidst external pressure. A significant challenge has been outmigration. Since 1994, when we gained our independence, nearly half our population has left and seeking new opportunities outside and beyond our shores. The brain drain has not only reduced local capacity, but has hindered growth. We are grateful to partner nations, including the United States, Japan, Taiwan, and Australia, and others that provide assistance in training capacity to upskill our local population as well. And we are encouraged by discussions to promote economic investments and potentially create job opportunities that can help discourage out-migration and promote economic growth. Climate change is the most significant challenge to our progress toward achieving sustainable development. The impacts are evident in our coastal areas, agricultural lands, marine resources, and cultural heritage, and most importantly, our livelihoods. Assisting in mitigating and adapting to these impacts is crucial for our continued progress and survival. In my youth, I'd spearfish on the reef with my father, helping to provide for our family. There was one remote island in Palau, southern waters, where we would go. It was alive with birds, turtles, and fish and clams. Recently, I revisited this island with my children, witnessing turtles laying their eggs. The island had diminished in size by 2/3 due to sea level rise. And sadly, half the turtles' eggs that were laid that night were in the tidal zone and unlikely to survive. This heart-wrenching reality mirrors the fate of our homes and cultures if we fail to take decisive action. We urgently call on the G20 nations, responsible for 80% of global carbon emissions, to uphold their commitments to the Paris Agreement and limit warming to 1.5 degrees. This is crucial to mitigate the climate change impacts like disappearing islands and unhatched turtle eggs. As major emitters, the G20 nations have a crucial role to play in emission reduction and leading the path towards sustainable development. We urge the UN to simplify access to multilateral funds for SIDS and other vulnerable communities. Promoting faster transition, we call on the international community to work with the SIDS to increase access to climate finance. And we believe it's time that we change the metrics we use to determine how we access these funds by using a better index, a multi-vulnerability index, to determine how we help. However, we must ensure that commitments pledged here are acted upon and not forgotten. We have a saying in Palau that goes, Ngora terbesel adao. Let's not be like the foam riding on the waves of the ocean, drifting without settling. This Palauan saying refers to meetings where much is said, but afterwards no action is taken. Despite these challenges, we acknowledge progress that has been made. COP26 in Glasgow, COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh were successful in leading to green domestic policies in some of the world's largest economies. And we appreciate the support of nations opposing and putting a moratorium on deep sea mining. Proponents argue seabed minerals aid renewable transition. But the reality is we lack the knowledge about the potential impacts on the underwater ecosystems this devastating action could have. Disturbing the ocean bed, we know, could release stored carbon dioxide, which directly contradicts with our efforts to combat climate change. We advocate for a global deep-sea mining moratorium and adhering to the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas precautionary principle. On a positive note, Palau will sign the BB&J instrument tomorrow. Universal participation is crucial, especially from developed countries that can provide the implementation means and engage in areas beyond national jurisdiction activities. This movement signifies global unity in protecting the high seas biodiversity. Palau also would like to take this opportunity and second President Biden's call for the Security Council's reform. We believe such reform would introduce fresh perspectives and allow nations like Japan a permanent seat in the Council, which has seen little change since its establishment in 1945. We propose considering the abolishment of the veto powers, which can obstruct effective UN action. The upcoming summit of the future in 2024 and the 80th anniversary of the United Nations in 2025 present fitting opportunities to demonstrate progress in the Security Council. We also advocate for change regarding the Republic of China's Taiwan unjustly excluded from the UN processes. Despite its remarkable leadership and innovative solutions, Taiwan has collaborated with Palau on many vital issues, such as tourism, agriculture, ocean conservation, climate, gender equality, education, and innovation. And we urge the UN to allow Taiwan's meaningful participation in crucial specialized agencies and processes like the WHO, ICAO, and the UNFCCC. Taiwan's 23 million people have much to offer to the world, and the UN Charter affirms the equal rights of all peoples and nations, and we urge the UN to uphold the vision by allowing Taiwan to participate and contribute. Our world is under siege from war and climate change and threats that undermine sustainable development and have driven many into poverty. The Ukraine crisis exemplifies this, with lives lost, property destroyed, and essential supplies disrupted. These crises are not distant threats, but harsh realities affecting millions, including those in the Pacific Islands. We must act now to improve life across our shared ocean and world. The Palauan story of Tebang, a son, teaches us about unity. Tebang and his friends went to the forest to fell a large tree to be carved into a canoe. Unfortunately, the log ended up in a taro swamp. Unable to move it, Tebang went home to consult his father, who gave him a chant. He returned with all his friends, and together chanting Ikkamu, or we like to say it can move, they began pulling in unison, which allowed the log to be pulled from the swamp to the shoreline to be carved into a canoe. Just as Tebang and his friends moved the log, we too can move mountains if we speak and act together. Our task may be daunting, but remember, Ikkamu. We can move towards a sustainable future where our grandchildren can breathe clean air, swim in pristine seas, live in peace, and prosper. So let's raise our voices together and chant Ikkamu. Let's move this world toward a better tomorrow. Together, we are unstoppable. Together, we can ensure a thriving planet for generations to come. Let's seize this moment with unity and determination. Let's unite for a better tomorrow, because together, we can move. We are truly stronger together. Sulang, thank you, and God bless you all.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Palau for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President, President of the General Assembly, dear colleagues, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. President, on behalf of Senegal, I wish you every success as you preside over the work of the General Assembly. I thank your predecessor, and I renew our support to the Secretary General as he carries out his work in the service of this organization. Since our last session, the state of the world has not improved. For millions of people, daily life is one of fear, violence, poverty, and inequalities. Many countries continue to suffer for the economic and social impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Climate change has reached an unprecedented level. The tragedy of illicit migration reminds us of the need to implement the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration, and to continue to combat the criminal networks that are organizing this illicit traffic in human beings. A high-intensity war is leading to humanity standing at the risk of a major disaster. In Africa, the resurgence of coups d'etat remain a subject of grave concern. Senegal reiterates its firm condemnation of any type of anti-constitutional government change. The current emergency is also that of terrorism, which continues to gain ground in Africa without appropriate action taken by the Security Council. Particularly during its mandate in the Council in 2016 and 2017, Senegal has repeatedly raised the inefficiency of the peacekeeping operations in Africa, whose mandates and equipment are not in line with the current situations. There is no peace to maintain where the peace needs to be restored. Armed groups need to be fought. Those who are pillaging and attacking innocent populations every day. They're occupying entire territories and threatening states. They're threatening the very existence of states. The tumultuous history of two current peacekeeping missions in Africa are quite telling when it comes to this. And therefore, Senegal, once again, calls on the Security Council to fully assume its responsibilities in combating terrorism in Africa under the mechanism of collective security as envisaged in the Charter. In the same spirit, we call for de-escalation and a peaceful settlement to the war in Ukraine. We renew our support to the right of the Palestinian people for a state that is living coexisting peacefully with the state of Israel, both within their safe and internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, the theme of this session reminds us that the ideal at the very foundation of multilateralism is to create and promote confident, confident and inclusive relations between countries, relations that are created in solidarity. Senegal recognizes the significant services that the UN system and that of Bretton Woods has been giving to its member states for almost 80 years now. But we all know that the multilateral system is the heritage of our past, and now it is obsolete. As was rightly said by the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, a system that continues to ignore the realities of its time and the needs of more than 3/4 of its members highlights the inequalities, generates the conditions for this system to be contested, and provokes a risk that it may fragment. If we want to avoid this fragmentation, wisdoms would tell us that we need to reform political, economic, and financial governance at the global level. It must be more just, more representative of the diversity, and thus reaffirm its legitimacy. We can do so if we devote the necessary political will to it. The G20 showed this by admitting the African Union as a full member. I warmly thank the members of the G20 for their unanimous support to this initiative, which Senegal had proposed while it was presiding over the African Union. We hope that this example of inclusion given by the G20 will be followed by the Security Council and the Bretton Woods institutions for a multilateralism that is more representative of the interests of all its members. In the same vein, Senegal remains committed to the vision of peaceful international relations based on the equal dignity of peoples, cultures, and civilizations. On the 31st of October, 1961, 1 year after the independence of our country, President Leopold Sédar Senghor expressed this vision using these words: "A particular civilization cannot be established without causing the majority of humanity to rise up against it." 62 years later, our position remains the same. Between free peoples, where the socio-cultural realities and history are diverse, there cannot be any legitimacy for some to define and force a single way of living upon all. For example, some sort of one-size-fits-all civilization. What works for some does not necessarily work for others. Together, we can practice our common values, but also together, we must respect our differences. This, for Senegal, is what must be the foundation of a revitalized universalism, one that is more open, more effective in addressing the challenges of our time. And amongst these challenges is the climate crisis. Extreme phenomena are multiplying. Senegal remains committed in the implementation of the Paris Accord on climate change. And through our willing policies when it comes to energy mixes and renewable energies now represent 31% of our electricity. With the signature last June of our Partnership for a Just Energy Transition, Our ambition is to raise this rate to 40% by 2030. And here I thank the partner countries that have supported us in the mobilization of 2.5 billion euros over an initial period of 3 to 5 years, beginning in 2023, to finance our projects under this partnership. At the same time, we will continue the completion of carbon neutral infrastructure, those that are resilient to climate change. These include 2 projects of mass transport, a regional express train and a rapid transit bus line, both of which will be electric. With the implementation of our national and continental projects under the Great Green Wall, our countries are clearly committed to climate action in line with their means available. Green projects in Africa are financed through commercial debt, but they should be supported by the mobilization of $100 billion a year as established during COP15 in 2009 to finance climate action. Climate justice would mean that the continent that contributes less than 4% of emissions and that suffers the most should not be condemned to become indebted to repair and prevent the damage that it is not responsible for. Senegal is in favor of just, equitable energy transitions, those that take into account the specific needs of our countries, including universal access to electricity, something that more than 600 million Africans are still without. Thus, if we want COP28 to be a meeting of promises that were kept, we must ensure that the announced financing be available and accessible through simplified and transparent procedures and modalities. Mr. President, dear friends, on the 25th of February 2024 will be the date of the Senegalese presidential election. Like those that have come before, it will be democratic, free, and transparent. And the 2nd of April, I will pass the power to my successor after 12 years at the head of our country. I would like to thank the member countries of our organization for their friendship and their cooperation. Being the voice of Senegal, creating and maintaining friendships in this Assembly of Nations, where our common efforts are towards our common goals, was a great honor for me. On behalf of the people of Senegal, I wish to express my gratitude to all my colleagues, and I ask them to welcome my successor with the same friendship and the same consideration. I will keep the same feelings of friendship and cordial respect for you all. I am confident that the Senegalese tradition of openness and dialogue will be that of my successor as he remains committed to the trusting friendships that unite our country and all the members of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Senegal for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
J'ai le plaisir
I have the pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Herr Präsident,
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, 50 years ago, almost to the day, 2 German states joined the United Nations. The then German Democratic Republic as the 133rd member, and the Federal Republic of Germany as the 134th member. This step is of great importance to us Germans to this very day, for membership of the United Nations enabled my country, the instigator of terrible wars and horrific crimes, to return to the family of peace-loving nations. We're profoundly grateful for this chance. This return was not free of requirements. The accession of the 2 German states was preceded by a visionary policy of détente. The aim, as my predecessor, Federal Chancellor and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Willy Brandt, said here in New York 50 years ago, was in the rifts of the Cold War. 3 things were essential for this. First of all, this was laid down in the basic treaty between Bonn and East Berlin, as well as in the treaties which the Federal Republic of Germany concluded with its eastern neighbors. The second prerequisite was the renunciation of any form of revisionism by recognizing Germany's new borders drawn after the Second World War as inviolable. At the time, many people in West Germany were opposed to this. In retrospect, however, it proved to be the right decision. Finally, the third prerequisite was a foreign policy that did not ignore the realities of the Cold War and which, at the same time, always remained focused on overcoming the status quo, that is to say, the confrontation between the blocs and thus also the unnatural division of Germany. When I look back here today at the beginnings of our membership of the United Nations, I'm doing so not only out of historical interest. Rather, it is because the prohibition of the use of force still remains the unfulfilled core pledge of our United Nations. Because the inviolability of borders and the sovereign equality of states also have to be defended in our multipolar world by us all. And because we today, especially today, need the courage, creative energy, and will to fill in the rifts. Rifts which are deeper than ever. Germany is strongly committed to these 3 ideals: the renunciation of the use of force as a political instrument, the rejection of any kind of revisionism, and the determination to engage in cooperation beyond any dividing factors. It is to these ideals that we Germans owe the great fortune of living in a unified country today, in peace with our neighbors, friends, and partners around the world. At the same time, what Willy Brandt stated here 50 years ago is all the more true today. In a world in which we are increasingly dependent on each other, a policy for peace must not stop on our own doorstep. German policy can and never will be limited to pursuing our interests with no consideration for others, because we know that our freedom, our democracy, and our prosperity are deeply rooted in the well-being of Europe and the world. That is why the order of the day is not less cooperation, perhaps packaged today as decoupling or as cooperation only among the like-minded. Instead, we need more cooperation. Existing alliances must be strengthened and new partners sought. For this is the only way to reduce the risks of excessively one-sided dependencies. This is all the more true in a world which, in contrast to 50 years ago, no longer has only 2 centers of power. Rather, it has many. Multipolarity is not a new order. Anyone who assumes that smaller countries are the backyard of larger ones is mistaken. Multipolarity is not a normative category, but a description of today's reality. Anyone seeking order in a multipolar world has to start here at the United Nations. That is why Germany supports the UN system and, as the second largest contributor after the United States, pays its regular budget assessment with full conviction. Only the United Nations, on the basis of the values enshrined in its charter, can fully realize the aspirations of universal representation and sovereign equality for all. That cannot be said of either the G7 or the G20, as important as they are for achieving international consensus, or of BRICS or other groups. That some will counter by asking, is the United Nations not all too often unable to take action, paralyzed by the antagonisms of its heterogeneous membership? My response to them is, the obstruction of a few, no matter how influential they are, should not lead us to forget that we, the overwhelming majority of states, agree on many things. All of us, almost all of us, want force as a political instrument to remain banned. All of us have an interest in ensuring that the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of our countries are respected. And all of us should know what this requires, namely, that we also grant others these rights. These golden rules are universal, even if many of us were not yet sitting around the table when the UN Charter was adopted in 1945. Yet, only 10 years later in Bandung, Indonesia, it was the African and Asian states liberated from colonialism that raised their voices to call for self-determination, territorial integrity, the sovereign equality of all states, and a world without colonialism and imperialism. This seems more relevant today than ever before. It is by these principles that we, whether large or small, will all be judged. These principles must also form the basis when it comes to reshaping our multipolar world. Only then can the global challenges of our time can be mastered. The greatest challenge of all is anthropogenic climate change. Of course, the traditional industrialized countries have a special responsibility in the fight against the climate crisis. However, many other countries are among the biggest emitters today. Instead of waiting for others, we all have to do more together to achieve the Paris climate goals. Each and every one of us must have the opportunity to gain the same level of prosperity as people in Europe, North America, or in countries such as Japan or Australia. However, our planet will not survive if this economic development is attained with the technologies and production processes of the 19th or 20th centuries with combustion engines and coal-fired power plants. This leads us to one conclusion. We have to decouple economic development from CO2 emissions. This is already happening in many countries, for we have the solutions and technologies. As a key nation in the field of technology, we are offering to cooperate here for the common good. If producers of renewable energies and their industrial users come together across continents, we will create new prosperity together in many places around the world. And I'm pleased to announce to you today that Germany is honoring its pledges on international climate financing. From 2 billion euro in 2014 and then more than 4 billion euro in 2020, we tripled our contribution last year to 6 billion euro. We have therefore kept our word, as will the industrialized countries as a whole, which will hit their target of 100 billion euro for international climate financing for the first time this year. That is an important and overdue signal, before we take stock in Dubai this December and negotiate new climate action plans for the period after 2030. I believe it is important that we are as concrete and as binding as possible. That is why I advocate that we set clear targets in Dubai for the expansion of renewable energies and for greater energy efficiency. We will be equally ambitious when it comes to achieving the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. Climate action or development, this trade-off will not work. Our summit yesterday brought home to me how urgent it is that we make up for lost time when it comes to the SDGs too. We therefore want to use next year's Summit of the Future, which we're currently preparing with our friends from Namibia, to pick up the pace and push ahead with the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. It is important to me in this context that we ensure more private investment in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Let me just give you one example. The entire world is currently talking about the diversification of supply chains and raw material security. Would it not be a start if at least the first production step were to take place on site, where the raw material deposits are to be found? Certainly, Germany and German business are open to entering into partnerships of this very nature. Of course, in the coming years, we will all face the challenge of leading our economies, our energy supplies, and our infrastructure to a resource-efficient, climate-neutral future. This will require major investment. To create the right conditions to bring about this investment, we have to address the debt crisis in many countries and modernize the international financial architecture. I said it at the start that Germany is not clinging on to the status quo, not in this issue either. We want something to change. I have been calling most recently at the G20 summit in Delhi for the multilateral development banks to reform so that they can contribute more to financing the protection of global public goods, such as the climate and biodiversity or the prevention of pandemics. That is what the G20 decided in Delhi. Germany is also providing financial support for this reform. We will be the first country to invest hybrid capital to the tune of 305 million euro in the World Bank. It is estimated that this capital will enable the World Bank to provide more than 2 billion euro in additional loans. Ladies and gentlemen, General Secretary Guterres pointed out to the rapidly increasing demand and humanitarian needs faced with the many crises worldwide. Germany is the second largest donor of humanitarian assistance around the globe, and we will continue to stand by the people who need it most. And our United Nations itself must not cling to the status quo, ladies and gentlemen, and by that I mean two things. Firstly, the United Nations must tackle the challenges of the future, just as Secretary General Antonio Guterres has proposed. One of the major issues, in my view, is how we can ensure that innovation and technological advances can be used by humanity as a whole. Artificial intelligence, for example, offers tremendous opportunities, and at the same time, it can cement the division of the world if only a few benefit from it, if algorithms only take into account part of the reality, if access is limited to richer countries. That is why Germany is actively fostering the exchange on the global digital compact. We should also talk about common rules for the possible use of generative artificial intelligence as a weapon. Another question that will define our future is how the United Nations itself represents the reality of a multipolar world. To date, it does not do that sufficiently. That is most evident in the composition of the Security Council. I am therefore delighted that a growing number of partners, including 3 of the permanent members, have stated that they want to see progress on reform. However, one thing is clear: Africa deserves greater representation, as do Asia and Latin America. Under this premise, we can negotiate a text with various options. No country should obstruct these open-ended negotiations with excessively high demands. Germany will not do that either. Ultimately, it is up to the General Assembly to decide on a reform of the Security Council. Until then, Germany would like to shoulder responsibility as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, and I ask you to support our candidacy for the years 2027-2028. Ladies and gentlemen, when I speak these days before this Assembly of Peace, then my thoughts are with those for whom peace is a distant dream. My thoughts are with the Sudanese who have become victims of a brutal power struggle between two warlords, with the men and women in Eastern Congo and, as we speak, the people in Nagorno-Karabakh. The renewed military activities lead into a dead end. They need to end. And of course, my thoughts are with the Ukrainians who are fighting for their lives and their freedom, for independence and their country's territorial integrity, in order to safeguard those very principles to which we all committed ourselves in the UN Charter. But Russia's war of aggression has caused immense suffering not only in Ukraine. People around the world are suffering as a result of inflation, growing debts, the scarcity of fertilizers, hunger, and increasing poverty. Precisely because this war is having unbearable consequences around the world, it is right and proper that the world is involved in the quest for the peace. And at the same time, we should beware of phony solutions which represent peace in name only. For peace without freedom is called oppression. Peace without justice is called dictatorship. Moscow, too, must finally understand that. For let us not forget that Russia is responsible for this war, and it is Russia's president who can end it at any time with one single order. But for him to do that, he has to understand that we, the states of the United Nations, are serious about our principles. That in the multipolar world of the 21st century, we do not see a place for revisionism and imperialism. No one here in New York has expressed this as aptly as our colleague, the ambassador of Kenya. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine, he said this in the Security Council.
Rather than form nations that looked ever backward in history with a dangerous nostalgia, we choose to look forward to a greatness none of our many nations and people had ever known. Fellow delegates, Germany's history holds many lessons about the dangers of such nostalgia. That is why we choose a different path when we joined the United Nations 50 years ago. The path of peace and reconciliation, the path of recognizing existing borders, the path of cooperation with all of you in the pursuit of a better, a more equitable world. It started with a solemn promise that we made 50 years ago. A promise every one of us made upon joining the United Nations, namely, to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. Let us all do our best to live up to that promise. Vielen Dank.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, now we have gathered in New York once again. The SDGs are at their midpoint, facing mounting obstacles. And to our dismay, the aggression against Ukraine has yet to cease. This year, as the world stands at a historical inflection point, Japan serves as a non-permanent member of the Security Council and the presidency of the G7. In those capacities, I have heard the desperate desire for peace and the pleas of vulnerable people seeking help. We should respond to these voices and work towards a world filled with cooperation and not division and confrontation. This is my message to all the leaders of the member states. In our common agenda, Secretary General Guterres called for international solidarity. Let us renew our commitment to a strong and effective multilateralism with the United Nations at its core. Mr. President, the world faces complex and interrelated issues ranging from climate change, infectious diseases, to challenges to the rule of law. Now, at a time when international cooperation is in want more than ever, we cannot overcome these difficulties if the international community remains divided over ideologies or values. That is why I believe we should go back to the very basic foundation of treating human life and dignity with paramount importance. We should aim for a world caring for human dignity where vulnerable people can live safely and security. At a time when the international community is facing multiple crises and increasingly being divided, we need a common language which resonates with all of us. By shedding new light on human dignity, I believe the international community can overcome differences in regimes or values and steadily advance human-centered international cooperation. Japan has led human-centered international cooperation based on the concept of human security. With this approach, we need to accelerate the efforts among the international community to achieve the SDGs. The dignity of the individual must not be neglected as states and the international community tackle global challenges. To overcome inequalities and achieve the SDGs, quality growth and sustainable growth are essential. The key is to invest in people, which is my political credo. Gender perspective is also important for quality growth. Japan aims to reduce inequalities and overcome social divisions by promoting women's participation. Japan will promote transparent and fair development finance in accordance with international rules to achieve sustainable growth in developing countries. Private finance will also be tapped to fill the gap of development finance. Japan will work with other countries to find ways to manage economies that protect human dignity while attracting investment dynamism. Mr. President, in order to address unprecedented crises and challenges and to protect and strengthen human dignity, let us start step by step from where we can. The first is cooperation towards the realization of a peaceful and stable international community where human dignity is respected. Hailing from Hiroshima, which was devastated by atomic bombing, I have made nuclear disarmament my lifelong mission. Towards achieving a world without nuclear weapons, we will continue to bolster realistic and practical efforts while upholding and strengthening the NPT by implementing measures under the Hiroshima Action Plan. I call on political leaders of nuclear weapon states and other countries around the globe to step up their engagement on nuclear disarmament so that those from all walks of life are exposed to its importance and take concrete action, not despite of, but because of the challenging security environment. With a view to working towards a world without nuclear weapons, which we have been striving for, together with the Hibakshas, victims of atomic bombings, we must crystallize the nuclear disarmament trend, which has been successfully mainstreamed thanks to the efforts of our predecessors. As we speak, we are faced with the threat of the reversal of the downward trend of the global number of nuclear weapons. The significance of a treaty banning the production of fissile material for nuclear weapons or other explosive devices, FMCT, which was avowed here in the General Assembly 30 years ago, has not diminished by any measure. That is why I just co-hosted a high-level event on FMCT with the Philippines and Australia to refocus political attention towards the FMCT on the 30th year of its initial proposal. Having nuclear weapon states engage in concrete nuclear disarmament measures is key. Japan, as a non-permanent member of the Security Council, will work with the UN and relevant states to promote dialogue between nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear weapon states. To set in stone the trend of mainstreaming nuclear disarmament, it is paramount to transcend purely government efforts and engage in multi-layered efforts to overcome the divisive debate among academia and government over whether we should be choosing deterrence or disarmament. Japan will contribute 3 billion yen to newly established Japan Chair for a World Without Nuclear Weapons at overseas research institutes and think tanks. By using the Youth Non-Nuclear Leader Fund, Youth Leader Fund for a World Without Nuclear Weapons, which I established last year in cooperation with the United Nations, we will continue to build a global network of young people for nuclear abolition.
It is also essential to ensure nuclear safety and the security of nuclear materials and facilities, including in situations of conflict. We also need to defend the dignity of people jeopardized by armed conflicts. Russia's aggression against Ukraine continues. A food crisis must not be perpetuated. Supporting vulnerable people in Africa, the Middle East, and elsewhere is essential. We need to protect the safety of women and children who are the most vulnerable in conflict situations, to strengthen border controls and measures against trafficking in person, as well as to provide international support to retrieve abducted children. Policies for peace and security, and Japan will continue to promote this agenda.
Generative AI towards trustworthy AI. Japan will also strengthen our support for digitalization in developing countries while ensuring cybersecurity.
Third, Japan will work to mitigate the potential impact on people which may arise before net zero is achieved. Asian countries are the key to globally achieving net zero. Under the Asia Zero Emission Community Initiative, Japan will promote effective cooperation taking into account various needs. Japan will further support disaster risk reduction for countries vulnerable to climate change, including island states, aiding efforts towards resilient economies and societies against sea level rise and natural disasters associated with extreme weather events. The ocean is a new frontier with abundant potential, and it is essential to take comprehensive measures, including making use of blue carbon to tackle climate change. The perspective of international law is also important. Japan supports the preservation of existing baselines under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, even after the future regression of a coastline due to the sea level rise. As the G7 presidency, we have set a framework for cooperation on biodiversity conservation and a target of reducing additional plastic pollution to zero by 2040. Japan will continue to contribute in the field of environmental protection. Fourth, we must prepare for the next infectious disease outbreak. We must be ready for the next infectious disease, learning from the lessons through the fight against COVID-19. As the G7, both the public and private sectors have pledged more than $48 billion to achieve universal health coverage and to strengthen prevention, preparedness, and response to health crisis. Japan will contribute $7.5 billion for the period of 2022 through 2025, together with the mobilization of domestic financial resources. Japan supports mobilizing financial resources in the private sector through the promotion of impact investment. Japan will continue to work with developing countries, including emerging economies, to ensure equitable access to medical countermeasures for health emergencies, MCMs, based on the G20 outcomes. Mr. President, at a time when the world is at a historical inflection point, we must reflect on how we started here. Inscribed in the Charter of the United Nations is the firm determination of our predecessors after the experience of 2 world wars to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and to protect human dignity. The principles of the UN Charter, such as sovereign equality, respect for territorial integrity, and the prohibition of the use of force, are fundamental principles of international law for people to live in peace and provide the basis of the rule of law. International law is there for the benefit of weaker states. Together, under the rule of law, Japan would like to protect the right of vulnerable nations and people to live in peace in order to safeguard and strengthen human dignity. However, even to this day, Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, is infringing upon international law and the rule of law. Unilateral changes to the status quo by force or coercion are unacceptable anywhere in the world. The situation which the General Assembly has repeatedly condemned as a violation of the UN Charter and human rights must be rectified as soon as possible, and the nuclear threat must be ended. In March of this year, I announced a new plan for FOIP, a free and open Indo-Pacific. Based on the principles of freedom, the rule of law, inclusiveness, openness, and diversity, Japan will work with countries that share a vision of a world where diverse nations coexist and prosper together. Japan will further extend our support for peacekeepers. Japan will strengthen the scope and quality of the UN Triangular Partnership Program with an additional contribution of around $9 billion to support of around $9 million to support the capacity building of personnel deployed in AUP support operations. Japan's policy on North Korea remains unchanged. Japan seeks to normalize the relationship with North Korea in accordance with the Japan DPRK Pyongyang Declaration through comprehensively resolving the outstanding issues of concern such as abductions, nuclear and missile issues, as well as the settlement of our unfortunate past. From the perspective of opening up a new era together, I would like to convey my determination to meet with President Kim Jong-un face-to-face at any time without any conditions, and would like to hold high-level talks under my direct supervision to realize a summit meeting at an early time. Mr. President, the United Nations should be a place of listening to the voices of people facing difficulties, empowering them, and overcoming such difficulties through cooperation. It should not be a place of confrontation, division. This year, we have agreed on concrete measures to strengthen the structures that support the President of the General Assembly. This is a steady step towards a United Nations for a cooperation. We commend the Secretary General's leadership with his vision for multilateralism. Initiatives to limit the use of veto, which exacerbates division and confrontation in the United Nations, will strengthen and restore confidence in the Security Council. Japan will also continue its efforts to increase the transparency of discussions in the Security Council, including by improving access to deliberations in the Security Council for member states other than the permanent members. To this end, Japan will contribute to the clarification of the rules of the Security Council. The world is changing dramatically. We need a Security Council that reflects the world today. Japan supports increased representation of Africa and the need to expand both the permanent and the non-permanent membership of the Council. Looking ahead to next year's Summit of the Future and the subsequent 80th anniversary of the United Nations, now is the opportunity to move to concrete action. Mr. President, international cooperation that protects and strengthens human dignity will be the driving force that brings the world back towards the same goal. I am looking forward to deepening this discussion at next year's Summit of the Future with future generations in mind. And as we envision the post-2030 agenda in the future, I believe human dignity should be placed as the core principle that illuminates the future of the international community. Let us join our forces to strengthen human dignity and create a United Nations for cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Japan for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this evening. We will continue the general debate tomorrow in this hall at 9 a.m. The meeting is adjourned.